Hey everyone, how are we doing tonight? So, in this live stream, doing a little bit more work on the dancer. As you guys can see, if you're not in the Discord server, gave a little bit of a preview of it. Found this great artwork by, I think his name is Andrew Chang? Brandon Chang. And it's just perfect. Like, it's just so perfect for what I wanted to do with this dancer. Let me get. Get that out of here. Bam. Okay, cool. Hey, Zandy, how's it going? So, the dancer at this point, I feel like I've got a really good, super solid base for it. I've decided to clip out a few. I need to update that table of contents. Yeah. I've decided to update a few of the subclasses. I'm going to be clipping a couple of them just because I'd like to get this out with about 5 or 6 really solid subclasses. And as you guys can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. With 9 currently in there, I clipped out a few just because I felt like there wasn't a strong enough narrative to really like drive home, at least for the first release. Like, bam, that's what this thing is gonna be, right? Hey, Psychotech. So at this moment, the dancer choreos are limited to the choreo of Blades, choreo of the Court, choreo of the Dynamo, choreo of the Idol, choreo of Mirth, choreo of the Rally, the choreo of Romance, the choreo of Thrash, and then the choreo of the Weaver. So the choreo of Blades is going to be your sword dancer kind of archetype. That's actually the one that I feel like I've got almost really done. I still need to work on the foundational features, like the levels 1 to 20 of the base class. But that one is feeling like I've really got the identity of it down really, really well. Choreo of the Court is going to be this. I'm going to have to get really kind of like poetic with this one. Because, like, the courtly dance, we're talking about like 3/4 time kind of waltzy sort of a feel. So that's really the only like inspiration I've got, like high nobility, and we're just gonna use that to like push it forward. The choreo of the Dynamo is gonna be the very vanilla kind of like you take a dancer, bam, that is I know exactly what I'm getting into. It's just gonna be like College of Lord Bard is for the Bard, that is gonna be like the most dancery dancer that there is. Choreo of the Idol is like the very J-pop kind of like pop star kind of dancer. Uh, Choreo of Mirth is gonna have a lot of the Fae sort of like Celtic jig influence in there. Choreo of the Rally, war dance inspired. Choreo of Romance is this dance partner sort of, and like there's some overlap that I think you could argue between the choreo of Romance and the choreo of the Court. It might just I might just combine those two at some point. The choreo of Thrash is going to be the big mosher kind of a dancer. I've got an idea for how to go about that one. The choreo of the Weaver is the one that is like, I say done. It's like it's it's on the skillet and it's getting cooked. It's just not quite. It's a little bit rare right now, but if you were to take that one or Choreo of Blades, you could effectively play the dancer from first to fifth levels at this point and have a. I mean, you've got the complete class, possibly up to 11th level, if I'm thinking about that right. Um, so yeah, this is. Let's get into the base stuff. Like I said, whenever I found this image by Brandon, it was like, oh man, yep. I felt like I had to have this. I started doing a lot of layout and formatting on it because since I'm a graphic designer, I can do the layout and formatting at the same time that I'm doing all the other work. So I just try to knock out, 2 birds with one stone. Came up with this footer last night that I'm really in love with. I think this just really complements everything that this class is all about. So let's get. I left this space there because we're going to do some more narrative fluff at some point. Probably not in the stream. Narrative fluff is always that's a process. I feel like it's pretty easy for me to come up with some features. It's pretty hard for me to sit there and I feel like I spend about as much time writing those like 4 or 5 headers than I do designing like the first 5 levels. So um, getting into their class features, hit die is going to be a D8 because they are very much meant to be a midline sort of support. Proficiencies, they get no armor proficiencies. Weapons, they get simple weapons and whips. And then tools, disguise kit, and one musical instrument. Saving throws are going to be dexterity and charisma. Skills, you get to choose two from either acrobatics, athletics, deception, performance, persuasion, sleight of hand, and stealth. And then in their equipment lineup, you can choose either a whip or a simple weapon, a set of fine clothes or a costume with a set of traveler's clothes, an entertainer's pack or an explorer's pack, and then you get a disguise kit, a vial of perfume, and a dagger. So, I also calculated their starting wealth. What I need to do is, and this is just whenever you're doing the equipment section of any like base class, I try to make sure that the starting wealth is no more than the equipment loadout that you're going to get. And I need to go through and actually do that calculation on the equipment that I currently have listed for it. Uh, it's really, yeah, no, Brandon absolutely killed this. This is such an awesome piece. And you can go pick this up and use it in your own work over on Drive Through RPG. If you're really hurting for stock art, then like it pays to go at least just go check out what they have available over there. There are some fantastic artists out there in the scene. And you know, with the leather armor, it's almost making me think I should just give them like light armor proficiency just because she's got that on. Like, when it comes to the court, you can add more of the courtly love aspects to it, like Lancelot step or something of that nature. Yeah, that's I tying it into royalty and nobility is it, like I've seen people that have done that concept in the past. There's even a full like princess class that I've seen on Reddit in the past, and I think that there's enough of a way to drive that home. What I need to do is look up the noble background on D&D Beyond and see what they're kind of getting out of that background, and seeing what that might inspire. Uh, so getting into their base class features, we already talked about Break a Leg, worked on that in the last stream. Break a Leg in its current form is probably the way that I'm going to keep it because this feels so good. Uh, so when you roll for initiative, you can use your reaction to take the health action. That feels very Break a Leg narrative, right? As soon as combat starts, you can literally just go break a leg and then it's like the health action. Pretty fun. And I think that that immediately tells you, oh, okay, this is supposed to be I am helping other characters. You know, this is my wheelhouse as a support. Additionally, when you dance as a part of making a charisma performance check, you can add your dexterity modifier to the check. Um, this started out as like you're considered proficient in the skill, and you can add double your proficiency bonus to it, and I feel like that's a little bit overdone. This is allowing you to invest in dexterity and still get some love out of that with like performance. It feels like you're kind of compensating for like you might not be considered proficient in performing musical instruments, but if you're dancing, then you get this nice buff on top of it. Um, I had thought that what might be cool is to do like you're considered proficient and you add your dex mod instead of your charisma, and yeah, I just could not bring myself like to ruin the grace that you get out of this like simple 2 paragraph 2 sentence bam great feature. I love it. Dance flares. So 1 second, let me blow my nose real quick. Woo. Okay. Dance flares. You can perform passionate dance moves. These are like spell light in a way. They're almost like cantrips. Like the base power that you're going to get out of the dance flares can't be any stronger than what you can do with a cantrip. That's the way that I'm currently looking at it. And cantrips do level up with you. So I've got to figure out a way that the flares are going to maintain their relevance at all levels of play. Um, that's really good to let people decide between being proficient or not. Yeah, I like doing that. I like allowing people to create the kind of character that they want to. I like giving the blank slate sort of like implements, but they know that if they take proficiency in performance, then it's going to be like even better for them, right? So yeah, with the dance flares, we'll get into that later on in the stream. Fierce tenacity. This is one that I do need to work on. Work in progress. You can tap into a surge of adrenaline, helping you slip away and shake off recent damage. When you take damage, you can use your reaction to take the dodge action, and gain a number of temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus your dancer level. These hit points last for 1 minute. That's an extremely strong reaction, and I need to tone this down. I like making stuff a little bit stronger because it's a lot easier to nerf things than it is to try and buff things up. So I know that with this, it probably needs limited numbers of usages, right? And I thought about maybe tying it into like you can use this a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, and then you must finish a long rest before you can use them again. That might be a decent way to do it. Uh, Feature a number of times. This is when you finish a something like that. I don't know. I'll figure that out. They needed to get unarmored movement. As much as I hate just throwing that onto this class, it makes way too much sense. They're gonna have to get unarmored movement. It's gonna make all your flares better. It's gonna make you insanely more mobile. You are the way that I think about whenever you perform a dance flare is effectively like you're performing the disengage action, and then it gets a lot of nice benefits on top of that. It was too good to just straight up allow all the flares to get like when you take the dodge action, then you can do this thing, right? That felt I just didn't like that flow. So with the dancer, these flares are effectively while you're performing the flare, you get the benefits of the disengage action, as in you just don't provoke opportunity attacks. So it's only during that time that you're performing the flare. Um, it's and that's a tricky thing that I'm also having to factor in whenever we're talking about these flares. Uh, I always said it was easier to buff things than nerf things. I maybe some people feel that way. I personally just feel like um, whenever you have a lot more ideas that you're willing to throw out there and be like, okay, this is I threw everything at the wall and now I'm gonna see what sticks. Instead of I threw everything at the wall and nothing stuck. So now it's like, oh crap, I might have to just entirely scrap this thing. Um, Actually, let me go get some Kleenexes. I don't know why I'm so stuffy right now. One sec. Okay. Man. All right. Woo. Noble background, you get history and persuasion. Okay. So those might be like I don't want to like give you the noble background, or I don't want to give you those proficiencies, and then whenever you take this class, because you're kind of expecting to take that class, there's a redundancy. So there might be a way to help enhance the noble background a little bit, and still keep it in theme. So, but that is a good jumping off point. Um, Yeah, I learned that as well. I've been trying to get into book cover design, illustration, and formatting. Okay, pretty much use Affinity Publisher as my word processor for writing. Yeah, it just saves so much time to do your design work, like in the program that you intend on publishing with, because like Google Drive just doesn't copy paste over into InDesign very well. Neither does Word. I've had like tables are a nightmare, an absolute nightmare to try and get over from anything into InDesign. So it's just for me really nice to get that out there. I know what it's gonna look like. I don't have to mess with the formatting later. Yeah, and sometimes layout has actually driven the design process where I'm like, all right, it might just look bad on a page. So then I figure out some way to like trim it up. Um, your dancer's choreo. So your dancer's choreo is going to be your subclass. Your subclass is going to grant you an additional flair as a part of taking that subclass. Some of them are going to give you bonus proficiencies. Uh, we're going to see in the Weaver, whenever we get there, that one's going to get a different kind of spell casting. Um, and for that, I actually want to look up Benjamin Huffman's Sorcerer Revision because he went off of a spell point based system, and that is like he did a fantastic job revising the sorcerer. So I want to look at that and make sure that it's not going to be any more egregious than the kind of spell charge spell point system that he has over there. Uh, step up. Step up is if you played Fire Emblem like I've been doing obsessively for the last 48 hours. Step up is going to feel very much like uh, if you played Fire Emblem, you know what this dancer is supposed to do. As an action, you can reduce your speed. Now, this is going to be a big flashy one that people are going to see and be like, what the hell? Okay, how is this not super busted? As an action, you can reduce your speed by 5 and allow an ally within 5 feet of you to take an additional turn immediately after your turn. During the additional turn, the ally can only use an action and their movement. Once you use this feature, you cannot do so again until the start of your next turn. Once you reach 11th level in this class, you can use this feature as a bonus action. So, Step Up is like as close as I could reasonably get to the Fire Emblem sort of action economy refresh thing, where the dancer comes up, they dance next to somebody else, and then bam, that character, if they've already used their turn during this turn of combat, they can go again immediately after the dancer. I love that, and it makes dancers remarkably strong to have in Fire Emblem. So I would think that if you could do something similar to that in D&D, how would you make it work out? And what I did was I realized a lot of the different spellcasters. This is basically haste, right? Like it is and it isn't haste. What haste allows you to do, it gives you a lot of benefits on top of the last sentence here, or the second to last sentence. And haste is available to a lot of characters at third level, and it costs you, or sorry, fifth level, and it costs you a third level spell slot. That was my mix up there. So if we could tone down haste and make it to where all they could do as a part of that additional action is basically haste light, then there's something there. I think that there's a way that you can argue that this is actually pretty in line. Is that, yeah, all right, food, thank you. Woo. Got it?
Yeah.
All right. Say hi to stream.
Hi, stream. What up?
Woo.
I'm gonna go eat my food now. Bye.
Oh, man. Okay. There we go.
That'll work.
Yeah, that works.
Come on,
Okay. So, with this, the way that I'm arguing that this isn't absurd in any way, right? Step up. There may be some spells that other characters can cast. There may be like some way for them to get a little bit more oomph out of this. However, you are completely foregoing your action to allow somebody else to take an action, right? It's costing you your action so that somebody else gets an additional action. So overall, the damage output of the party is no different. it might be a little bit more optimized because if you really want the big, like, paladin to go up next, a paladin getting 2 turns is pretty insane. But it's no different in this if you had just made a paladin and, like, the party would have had 2 paladins. Or the rogue, the party would be no different if you had made a rogue. In fact, it might be a little bit better because you got to use your action to make separate attack rolls. So I don't think that step up is out of line in any way. If anything, like, yes, the overall damage output of the party is going to be, you could say, one character light because the dancer doesn't have a whole lot of damaging options. Very much intended it to be that way. So with step up, this is just a way for you to try and optimize the party's damage output. And if you're letting go of, like, your action to give somebody else their action, I feel like that's pretty okay. Like, I've I've struggled with this one for a little bit, and I think that step up is going to be the one that people look at and think, I know exactly what this is meant to do. And then whenever you put it into practice, it's like, I think that this is going to feel just fine. This will be play tested. Already got like I've already got some people lined up that have said that they really, really want to help give playtest feedback on this. So yeah, that should be a lot of fun. Mm. Gosh, Steak and Shake is so good. Okay, so after step up, what do they get? Don't stop me now. Um, so Monk is getting some pretty good defensive features right here around 7th level. All the movement based ones, it's just kind of a standard for midliners, it seems like, to throw evasion on there. But it made sense on the Dancer. 100% made sense. Don't stop me now. Whenever you make a saving throw against being grappled, paralyzed, petrified, restrained, or stunned, you can make a dexterity saving throw. In place of the saving throw, call for in the effect. This is a very minor, very, very minor, like, step up in the overall power, the overall defensive strength of your dancer. And, like, you don't have to be proficient in Constitution saving throws because now you can make a Dex one Instead, if something's saying that you need to make a Strength saving throw, you can make a Dex one instead. So this isn't giving you immunity to those conditions, but it's giving you effectively, like, what is a +2 to +3, maybe a +5 on that saving throw. That's kind of the way I think about it. So, and if you feel a little bit confused about anything, let me know because that could be a fault of the wordage on here, and I'd love to catch that stuff before I send it over to an editor. Oh, I miss Steak and Shake. My best friend worked there for years. Their garlic burger, the one I've got right here, is ridiculously good. Just, oh man. They are dexterity and charisma saving throws. So, I mean, Dex is going to be their strong save, Charisma is going to be their weak save. The same thing as the Bard. I, like, Strength didn't make much sense to me, neither did Wisdom. Maybe Intelligence? I don't know. I just think that Charisma, as soon as you pick this up, that's what people are going to be expecting. And that's really, and you want to hit every solid beat that people are going to be expecting out of your class whenever you're designing it, right? And I think that this gets across that this is supposed to be a very cool mix of, like, Bard and Monk, and still be very much rooted in a support playstyle. Okay. So I had a couple of other ideas for features. Oh, let's get back over here. So at 11th level, your step up gets an improvement. Um, and all the while, you're actually getting some other features that are, like, pretty dang good. Your unarmored movement is going to continue to improve. You continuously get flares. They might need a dead level at 9th. Um, Possibly. Let me see. Um, there we go. Might need a dead level at 9th. Might need a dead level at 13th. I'm just going to put these in here because they need to be in here. And then I'll come back and address those if I come up with something at those levels. And then Curtain Call is just one that I love the name. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I really, really dig it. Oh, Staying Power. That's what I gave them at 14th or 15th. Staying Power just gives you proficiency with charisma or Constitution saving throws. Why is that all caps? Why is that all caps? Okay. What is happening? Let me get this back over here. Alright, I don't know why it's doing that. Why is that all caps? Okay, there we go. I'm so used to typing pounds, like it's just muscle memory. Every time I do PO, it seems like I finished off the rest of my last name. Um, what's the other saving? Oh wait, no, there was something else that just came through chat, right? Curtain Call sounds almost. There we go. Sounds almost like the official capstone feature. I think that that's probably a good call. Resplendence just feels kind of blah. Uh, Curtain Call and narratively, what I like is that it starts off with break a leg and then it ends with curtain call. I love that idea. That feels like such a cool like you see the flow line, right? The story kind of being told throughout its features. Break a leg, you have your dance flares, fierce tenacity, your unarmored movement, um, don't stop me now evasion. It almost reads like a theater program. That's pretty great. I love that. Or like a what is it, a libretto? Is that right? A libretto? Um, so with staying power, you gain proficiency in Constitution saving throws. If you already have this proficiency, you instead gain Strength or Dexterity saving throws. Your choice. Inescapable Majesty. Whenever you use your step up feature, you can use one additional flare that requires an action. So this needs to be. You can use. Does it need to be one flare? Yeah, you can use one flare that requires an action. Bam. Got it. Inescapable Majesty. Because in Fire Emblem, whenever you do your dance, later level dancers can also give different benefits to other characters. So with Step Up, still doing that kind of mechanic, and then having Inescapable Majesty in there so that you can use a flare on top of doing something that's supposed to be kind of core to the dancer, I feel like that feels really cool. It might be the thing might be to do is instead of you can use it as a bonus action, maybe make this part of the 11th level, and then the 18th level being you can use it as a bonus action. I think that reorganization makes it to where you don't feel really deprived of your flares. I kind of like that. You can use your step up feature as a bonus action. God, that is such a clean, solid, great 18th level bump. That is so good. Um, Whenever you reach 11th level in this class, you can use. When you use this feature, no wait. When you reach 11th level in this class, you can use. Hang on. As a part of yours, as a part of this feature. Sure. I think that makes sense. You can use one flare that requires an action as a part of using Step Up at 11th level. Yeah, I think that works. And then at 18th level, bam, you can use it as a bonus action. Now what is, okay, if we're thinking about the sort of theater, uh, the theater theme that we're running with this, there's usually a word for like, what is not the final act, but It's like right before the final act. Uh, like musical form. Bridge, chorus, and outro. Outro is kind of on point. Mm, there's song structure, musical form. Hmm. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, it says sectional form, refrain. Ooh. Yep, got it. That's right. God, I had to scratch my music theory brain for a second. Okay. Perfect. Perfect name for this. Climax is pretty on point. Um, recapitulation is a, like, in music theory, it's like a sort of, um, if I'm remembering this right, because it's been 2 years since I've been in a music theory course, and I am not a classical musician. It's like a restatement, because if I'm looking at Wikipedia, recapitulation occurs after the movement's development section, and typically presents once more the musical themes of the movement's exposition. So that feels really on point. I do like the idea of climax though, just as a really cool like. It kind of feels. I mean, you can't avoid Bayonetta with that, right? Like climax is super super solid. I like that idea. Um, maybe like final climax. I don't know. I know I'm gonna get shit from writing climax into a feature. um, oh, I was thinking like a story, not music. Recapitulation is rooting it a bit more into what I think is like the music theory side. Um, but like I just don't know that climax is totally getting that idea across. Um, maybe. Hmm. God, this chair, I swear, it's just gonna snap on me one of these days. That'd be a real, real bad time for that to break right now. Is immediately after I say it. Knock on wood. Okay. So I like recapitulation for now. For now. 17th level. You kind of have a play theme, so maybe there's some terms there. Yeah, that's. I was looking up. Wait, you got a point. Because the term musical doesn't always refer to plays. Um, theater. Actually, let me take a look here. I think. Oh, that's what's going on. I was like, man, my screen is getting dim. Oh, you know what? Let's just get it. Flux, get out of here. I'm not trying to go to bed. There we go. Whew. Wow, I don't know if that just woke any of you guys up. Derived from Aristotle, tragedy, melodrama, and drama, forms of theater. Oh, that's like different styles. Hmm. Maybe structure? Because form isn't really telling me much. Dramatic structure and plot. 5 act structure of a play. Okay. Exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and catastrophe. Catastrophe is such a cool idea for a feature name. Oh, I'm gonna have to swipe that. Show must go on. Actually, that's. The show must go on is pretty nice. That is actually really, really solid. Yeah, I think that might be the way to go. It's a long feature name, but it makes sense. The show must go on. You can use your step up feature as a bonus action. Bam, and then you still get your action. That's pretty. That's pretty nail on the head. That's pretty good. All right, thank you, Adrian. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you kidding me? I had to put Queen in here somewhere. Don't Stop Me Now made absolute sense. This is you always see it's like dancing montages or something in movies. It seems like that song always comes on. And yeah, it just roots it even harder into the like dancer theme. Okay, so let me take a look again. Eighth level, they get their ability score improvement. There is some wiggle room at ninth level. There is. They get another flare, which is okay. But then their flares start to slow down in their pacing right around here. Wait, why did I do that? Why did I go 10, 11? Let's get a better gradient there. 12, 12, 13, 13. Wait, and then 9, 9. Oh, and then the flare would improve there. Bam, you get 2 more at 11th. Step up. 11th is such a nice power spike for them. Do we want to move that to ninth instead? Or, yeah. If I can think of something for ninth level to give them, because that's supposed to be a really nice power spike level. What does Monk get at ninth level? Unarmored movement improvement. Very, very slight power spike. Like, incredibly slight. Because their proficiency bonus goes up. Ooh, I'm gonna have to write an evil class just to shove in Mr. Bad Guy. Okay. So, Monk is getting really not a lot out of ninth level. Unarmored movement improvement is like kind of meh. Because now they can walk vertically on surfaces and stuff. But Dancer, wait. I gotta restructure that to where it looks the same as the Monk. Let me turn up a little bit of music as I'm. Okay, I need to fix their unarmored movement table. Oh, we all have to beat Catherine too. Oh, it makes sense. And I guess it fills out that column a little bit. And then since we're gonna get to 15 feet, and then 19 level, 15 feet. The shopkeeper music in Necker Dancer is really funny, but God, it's horrible for live streaming. Okay, 13th level, still 20 feet. Okay, I'll just one level off. Seventeenth level, 25 feet still. Alright, come on, shopkeeper, give me. Alright, I'm about to get rid of the shopkeeper music around here. Is it all? You know what? There we go. Okay. Bam. Just like the Monk. Hey, Moonring, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Hello, what I missed? Just kind of reviewing where the class is currently sitting right now. Oh, might want to turn down the music. Ah, thank you, thank you. It didn't seem all that loud here, like with my PC setup. Okay, cool. I appreciate the heads up. Thank you. Um, Looking it up, some other fun phrases are in the limelight, get the show on the road, wait in the wings. In the limelight might be like a good. I don't think that that's too modern. I think that might be a nice replacement for center of attention. Um, like bask in the limelight. So that sounds really cool. That's pretty poetic. Get the show on the road is a. I think get the show on the road is like a good way for me to like a good way for me to fill in part of this creating the dancer, creating your dancer sort of a section, uh, because it's really fun for narrative to kind of whenever you're creating your character consider why it is that they chose to adventure instead of just like staying at home, right? So like, why are you choosing the touring life instead of remaining a local act? What is it that made you bam? What is it that made you take your show on the road? I love that. Um, Traveling act. Were you once employed by a harsh master that you seek vengeance upon? I'm thinking like, what are just some other ideas for here's you taking off to like start your character to be a star. It's like yeah, that's the why are you traveling with this group? Because you just want to get out there, make sure that your name is like known around the realms as like you're this fantastic, whatever. You're this dancer. Do you do you think touring with your band of bodyguards uh, is the best means of um, attaining stardom? No, we need that star power word in there. Is the best means of what do you call that? It's not generating star power. I'm the real Lord of the I thought making Lord of the Dance the capstone like name. I thought that would be kind of cool. But it also feels like you see a lot of that in homebrew where they're just like, what's the class name? Cool. Lord of the whatever. But the funny thing with Lord of the Dance is that it actually does have like a fictional like reason for being there. The best means of generating, enhancing your star power. And how do they usually close this? This is like whatever the reason you now travel with people. Are you eager to return to your home? Did you dread leaving, or were you happy to go? Do you seek fame? Do you seek fame or desire the reclusive life after establishing your name? Whatever the what is it like? Usually, whatever the case, then XYZ thing. Ballroom Baron is a really nice feature name for the choreo of nobility. I do like that idea. Ballroom Baron. Or the choreo of the court. That's a really fun. Anything that's like alliterative, I feel like you instantly are like, I have to make that a feature name. Like alliteration seems to hold a lot of good narrative power for some reason. Feels so hard it wins in this game. So, and I will work on the fluff text kind of just on my own, but it really helps. Like the, I think that if you're having struggles, um, if you are having struggles with making and this is just like a kind of nice design tip. If you're having struggles coming up with features, then what you should probably do is go and work on your fluff text. Go and check out your flavor text, because usually I find that the reason why I might be struggling to write a feature is simply because I don't know the narrative that well, or I've lost a little bit of scope of the narrative. So usually me going back to just work on these 3 or 4 sections right here, like, I wrote out some little sample stories for what a dancer is supposed to be doing in combat. And then I've got these things like bask in the limelight, and then you see these before class descriptions as like descriptions of flavor. And it really helps to, like, I feel like if you have 2 of these, it really helps to not only give you a bit of a refresher into what this class is supposed to be, but your readers are going to read those and think, I know exactly what this is meant to do. I'm just going to do placeholder. And then I know that this one is going to be focusing on, like, you like being the center of attention. One of the cool things I thought about, and I don't know, it's just thinking about it as an artist, right? Dance and like theater, acting, those are like 2 of the only art forms that you can say that if you're going to practice that art form, you always want to be captivating people's attention. Whenever it comes to like artwork or like music, there is such a thing as the reclusive artist. Look at Van Gogh. There is such a thing as a reclusive musician. Dance, however, dance and theater are 2 of the only art forms, the only cultural traditions that we have, where it's like, if you want to be a practitioner of that, you better be very comfortable with people's eyes right on you. Yeah, like, oh my god, this is too funny. Overcoming stage fright is a feature. That has to be a thing. Just, you have advantage on saving throws against being frightened. You know how funny that is? Like, I know I could read that and laugh, but that is such a minor, nice little bump. That is, okay. It's so minor. It's so minor. And I almost want to say, it's like, you have Don't Stop Me Now, and I almost want to just do, like, whenever you're making a saving throw against being charmed or frightened, or just maybe just frightened, you can make a charisma saving throw in place of the effect. That is too good. That is too good. I gotta think about that. Just a way for you to overcome stage fright. That is so a thing. You see what I mean? I'm thinking right there about the narrative of it, and as soon as I start focusing on, yes, that's what these are supposed to be, then bam, immediately, feature idea comes out. That's the magic of working on your flavor text. So if you're a designer out there and you feel a little bit stuck and you don't really know what you want to give to something at a certain level, work on your flavor text, because you will find ideas. It mines ideas for you. I've been in naming and branding for a while, so I kind of had a lot of practice in coming up with names about stuff. Can only make it better with a no. Oh, yeah. Part of, like, so the way that I got my graphic design skills is that I was managing a screen print shop for about 3 years, and I I had to learn all the software that was necessary for us to make T-shirts and all that stuff. So picked up InDesign. I started out on Corel Draw, which I do not recommend anybody does. That software is super weak in comparison to what you can do with Adobe Illustrator. Um, so I eventually broke the habit, started using Illustrator. I still use Corel Draw for some minor quick things, but like if I'm doing a professional commission, I always use Illustrator. Um, it, it like me doing the management like that. Um, it's funny how putting myself in that business kind of mindset where I had to learn this software actually enhanced a lot of my creative skills. Because, yeah, there were times where, like, these people wanted a motto on a t shirt and they didn't know what the hell they wanted, but they just wanted it to be really sporty and peppy. Then I'm like, okay, I don't know, go team go. Perfect, print it now. And it's like, yeah. Uncreative people pay a lot of money for creativity. So. Do I like homebrewing classes or monsters more? Classes. I love character options. I am all about character options. Monsters always feel a little bit one and done to me. Like I feel like I'm gonna use it once and then I can't really surprise my players with it. The dancer and like all the other homebrew that I've done in the past, like hearing stories of people telling me the kind of merchants that they've rolled up, oh man, like that's been a really rewarding experience. There's been a few people reach out to me over on Discord and just tell me the funny things that they were able to do with their dancer character and or their merchant character, and I've been like, yeah, that's been a real nice like proud happy moment. Mm. Monsters, it's like monsters say a lot about the world building that you're gonna do, um, but like man, there's just so much more freedom whenever it comes to designing a character option. Um, it's it's funny because TTRPG stuff, and I've said this in the past about like set a not just a deadline, but set some restrictions on the project that you're working on. Like if someone tells me, okay, I want you to come up with this piece, but it has to do X, Y, and Z thing, and they like commission me to write a piece of music, then I love working on that restriction because those restrictions I feel like make me be more creative. Um, if I'm forced to confine myself, then I do what I can to stay within those boundaries, but like, but still make it feel like I'm doing something different with it. You know, um, make it feel like they didn't just get the piece that they were asking for; they still got a little bit of like me out of it. So, yeah. Okay, cool. So that layout, God, I just like the way that this is turning out now. I just really like the way that it looks. That artwork was just such a gold mine. Like, oh man. I might even push that up a little bit. No, that leaves a whole lot of dead space down here. The One True Donut, I picked this up off of Drive-Thru RPG. It's by Brandon Chang, who, by the way, I need to just look up more of his artwork and see what I can buy. Because this guy is super solid. Oh, what? Dude, that is perfect for the Blade Dancer. Alright, I gotta show this. Brandon Chang. That is perfect. Perfect for the Blade Dancer. Oh, let's get that closed. Discord. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm gonna buy that. I need to add it to my cart. Brandon Chang. I got to check out more of this guy's work. But this is all available over on Drive-Thru RPG. Very reasonably priced. I know that you guys probably can't see it because I've got the chat window blocking it, but all of his work he's got listed at $4.95 for all the single character stuff. Very well formatted. I hate it whenever artists they give you a PNG or a JPEG, well, this is really only a problem with PNGs. Artists out there, if you're going to be doing stock work, please, please, your character artwork, put it on a transparent background in a PNG. That is like you're gonna get so many more sales and so many more happy customers if you do that. Don't like, and I understand a lot of artists have their shtick where it's like, this is a background I have in mind for this piece, use it as it is. Totally get that. Dean Spencer, one of my favorite artists in the like, stock art scene. But Dean Spencer makes pieces that have a very intentional set background, but they're really great quality because he makes cover art. If Dean Spencer started to get into single character art, oh my god, oh my god. Um, yeah, Dean Spencer, and really great guy, super nice dude to talk with and work with. I want to commission him super bad for a piece, but he is remarkably busy because he's an industry pro. Let me find another. Okay, so these are the only ones that Brandon's got out right now, but man, really nice portfolio. The Tiefling was this piece. Bam. And picked it up, $4.95. I get the license to use it. I can sell it in commercial pieces if I want, or in commercial work if I want to. This is going to be one that I'm going to put up on my website as opposed to putting up on the DMs Guild. This is going to be my first like real hard knockout to try and see how viable it's going to be for me to be able to just host this stuff up as a donation. Like you can pay $0, get this for absolutely free if you want. But I wanted to see if people would be willing to just donate in order to get it. So that's going to be, like I said, the answer is going to be for free on my website. Pay what you want. Yeah. It's like those low-budget horror movies that didn't get good, but you think coffee. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. As an artist and designer, I didn't realize these things about my designer education. Artists only worry about the work, not its application. That is, well, okay. I think that comes from experience, where, like, there's some people that are in the scene that are very, very fantastic artists, but just haven't worked with enough people in layout to understand the needs of their industry they're trying to work in, right? Like, if I make a piece for like stock art for D&D, I know that it needs to have a transparent background because usually it's going to go onto a page that has a parchment texture on it. And if I were to just copy paste a JPEG over here, then it's got a white background on it. I can't really do much of anything with it. I can try doing like multiply, darken. I can go into Photoshop, try to remove the background or do whatever. That's just an extra layer of work that, like, I am more likely to be a repeat customer of yours if you just give me a transparent background that looks very nice and clean, anti-aliased, whatever, that I can just put onto my page and it works. Well, and that's fair. Like, some people have a very solid idea of what they want their art to be, in which case, then, like, license it as such. But if you're doing character stock art, then you need to do like what Brandon did here, where I went in, I could buy this piece, I didn't have to trim out anything. It was literally just a PNG that I could drop over into my document, and it worked perfectly. I have done so many things. I've gotten a lot of mileage out of that $5 purchase of that piece. Okay, people, $5 for that kind of quality art, that is absurdly cheap. Absolutely absurdly cheap. Let me show you. Let me find it real quick. What? Don't open it over there. Let me try and find this. The cover that we did for Legends of Frozenfar was a commission piece by Nate Artuz. Great artist. I don't know if I have the original here. Do I? Do I have the original image here anywhere? I have to. I won't linger on that one too long. Okay, let me just look this one up and show you guys. So let me pull it up over here. Yeah. It's funny whenever you actually see the work that you put a month of like blood, sweat, and tears into just get put up for free. Okay, so Legends of Frozen Far. This is a piece that I worked on, and this is a supplement that I worked on with Benjamin Huffman, Ross Leiser, and AJ Pickett, and I put in a solid like 2 months just busting my ass on this thing. A lot of people here on the channel, I actually took a month off of YouTube just to work on this. It was really, really calling for a lot of my time, 12 to 14 hour days on this. The artwork is by Nate R2's that we got for the custom cover. This custom cover was $600, but Jesus, was it ever worth it? We easily made our money back on it. Like, oh my god, come on, don't butcher that. Is it gonna... Okay. Just open up the damn PDF. Look at that. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this artwork by Nate R2's, that was the majority of the budget that we spent on Legends of Frozen Far. Like I said, $600 cover. But we made the money back. Easily. I think, all in all, Legends of Frozen Far, I think it's an Electrum bestseller at this point. So, I think at that price, it's made over, I want to say, around 15 to 20 grand. I'm not 100% on that right now. But yeah, we commissioned this. We took a risk because I was like, all right, let's see. This is gonna be our first collaboration. Let's work on this together and let's do it up right. And Jesus, this cover, wow! I cried whenever I saw this. I was like, oh my god, this is just so awesome. Nate R2's. Go look him up. Oh man, yeah, just absolutely knocked that out of the park. This one, the Knucklehead Trout, was actually by Amanda. It's a pretty nice perk having an artist as a girlfriend that can just, hey, can you make this like character as a sort of spot art for us? So Amanda whipped that up in like 2 days. It was, yeah, fantastic and just great. Just an awesome little like publisher page like splatter art. That's, yeah. All this map right here was actually AJ. AJ did that cartography. This map was Amanda. And then oh, this was me. I just took some ephemera and made like a funny like postcard of Icewind Dale. The rest of this stuff is all, this is Dean Spencer right here. I think this piece is $10 to $15. I can't remember. But you saw this picture used a lot as cover art whenever Icewind Dale dropped. And, you know, I think what helped to separate us from a lot of other covers on the market, and this isn't to speak of the quality of the work whatsoever, but a lot of people that were on the market were just using some of the stuff that was stock artwork by guys like Dean Spencer. And, you know, I went out of my way to be like, I want to commission a custom cover. We need to separate ourselves. And that's just from doing market research. I knew that whenever you do a timed release, you better have a custom cover. Because all the other artists are going to know, hey, if I release some cover art at this point that's themed around this latest release, I'm going to get a assload of sales. And it doesn't really matter how many times my artwork shows up on the DMs Guild, I've already got those sales. So, whatever, like, you know, if anything, it just helps to promote me some more. So yeah, we needed the custom cover, and it helped to make us, it really put us, I say, a lot of us lingering in the top 10 for as long as we did, Not only is this supplement awesome, I mean, it's 75 pages of just character option stuff. Um, Not only did we really knock this one out of the park, but that custom cover is what drew more people to be like, what the hell? That is amazing, amazing. Oh, the typography up here was me, but the illustration, all that stuff was Nate. So yeah, Nate R2's. I think it's Art of Nate over on Art Station, if I remember that right. But we got very lucky finding him. Very easy, quick to work with, and finished that for us actually in the middle of a power outage. Because I think it was a hurricane going on where he was at, and he was like, I want to make sure this is rendered for you guys. So I was like, Jesus, man, be safe, but like, thank you. Mm. Yeah, you will get a lot of eyes on your product just from having something that's different from. You don't want to get lost amongst all the different releases that are over there. Um, but, like I said, no longer really publishing solo work on the GM's Guild. So, this is going to be my experiment in doing my own release through my website as a donation-based sort of a release. What were some of the things that we cut from the book? Oh, well, Runic Invocation almost got completely cut because I had the idea, I went crazy and wrote this entire magic system, and then Benjamin and Ross weren't 100% sure that they were on board. And they told me that about 2 weeks after we had really gotten started to work on it. And I was like, if you guys can stick with me for just a little bit, you tell me here in like 2 weeks that you're not feeling it, you're still not feeling it, then I'll cut it and I'm not going to be hurt. Because I completely understand. You guys are putting your name on this thing. I want to make sure it's quality too. So, worked extremely hard on it. Ross helped me out, just giving me some advice on some, where we wanted the general power of these things to be. And then, seriously, about 2 weeks after that, it was just like, bam, we figured out the idea. It is there, solid, super ready to go. We cut out about 5 pages worth of stat blocks because we were kind of assuming some things were not going to be in the adventure that we found out from leaks turned out to be in the adventure. So we cut out some of that stuff. Was there anything else really? I know that we had bounced around the idea of doing some more races other than just the Verbeeg in that. But the Verbeeg was the only one that really felt like we have to put this in here. Absolutely have to put this one in here. I don't know. I don't think there was really a whole lot of other stuff that we really cut. Maybe I don't know, because we even put fishing and foraging in there, if I remember right. Like what leaks? So we wanted it to be just like a plug-in, right? Like if you bought this product, it could just be used hand in hand with Icewind Dale, and there wouldn't be any big conflicts, right? So, I think it was the prices for sled dogs, or I wrote a sled dog stat block just to be sure that you guys had it if you needed it. And then we found out that some of the stuff was going to be in in Rime of the Frost Maiden, and we were like, all right, we need to start trimming some fat here because we don't want it to clash with anything that's in that module. What stage am I at now with this? You're talking about with the dancer? The dancer is at a point where I need to come up with about 2 or 3 more base class features. A few of the subclasses need to get a little bit more fleshed out. I need to write some of the flares. I have some pretty nice flares, but there need to be more. I want this to feel like as soon as you get your flare feature, your dancer flare feature, it is as diverse for you as if you had taken a spellcaster. I'm not going to write 300 flares or anything like that, but I think that this needs to come out the gate with 25 to 30. And I'm going to figure out the power budget I kind of have to work on with the flares. Uh, oh, okay. So some really exciting stuff happened with the choreo of the Weaver that you guys might look at and be like, "What the f? How is this a thing?" So choreo of the Weaver. This is going to be the third caster, whatever you want to call it. Um, it felt like this was going to be a natural fit. Not only it's not an excuse to write a like third caster, it's a way to like I think dancing and magical dancers were kind of to be expected. So whenever you don't get that in the base class, it can feel like, huh, okay, wait, I can't cast spells with this one? I thought that dancing could be like a magical, bam, Choreo of the Weaver. That's right here for you. And it feels like all the features that they get are going to be right up in line with a very unique. There is not another spellcaster that does anything like this in D&D, and I'm very, very happy with it. Because there's 2 or 3 features in here. Notice that this is using spell charges instead of spell slots. That's why I was saying I wanted to compare it to Benjamin Huffman's Revised Sorcerer and kind of get a good idea for the mathematics of what a third point caster would be like. I didn't want you to have to track a whole lot of crap with this one. So, Spelldancer lore, let me show you this subclass, because this is the one that's the most complete out of any of them, which shocks me because it's probably going to be the most complex. So, oh, for the flares? No. There's going to be options. There's going to be a lot of options. So, Spelldancer lore. You gain proficiency with the Intelligence Arcana skill, and whenever you make an Arcana check, you can add your Charisma modifier to the roll. Further, when a friendly creature within 60 feet of you that can see you cast a spell, while your speed is higher than 0, you are aware that they are casting a spell. I need to put... I guess while your speed is higher than 0 gets across or you're not unconscious, because, yeah. Because they need to have this last part. I like this idea of while you're able to move, you can feel like the weave kind of moving around you. I love that narrative. I thought that was super, super cool. Soma Fonta Arcana is... I've talked about this one several times here on Livestream. This is going to be where you feel like, holy crap, this is what spell dancing is supposed to be. You can twist the weave around you, allowing you to act as a conduit for your allies' magic. While you are aware that a friendly creature is casting a spell, you can use your reaction and move to allow the creature to cast the spell as if it had been cast from your position when you end your move. So your ally knows, like, crap, I can't see this guy. You can allow them, like, just say, like, do it through me, and then, like, you're able to dance and twist the spell around you. This is so sick. I love this idea. And it's not, the crazy thing is, this is not adding a lot to your power budget. Like, this is simply that, like, you extend the range of your allies' spells. That is a very slight tick up. Especially if you think about, there's so many spells that have a massive range. Like, I mean, Eldritch Blast is what you can effectively cast it at a point to where if that creature isn't hiding from you, then you're gonna hit it, you know? Soma Fonta Arcana is just allowing you... This is a very small mechanical bump, but it is super cool what this says about your character. I love this feature so much. They get their spell casting. That is super not done. I need to look at that one. Trip the Light Fantastic is... Oh man, so this is... I saw artwork by Dean Spencer right here, and this piece alone completely inspired one of its 6th level features. Trip the Light Fantastic. You can cast the Featherfall spell on yourself. Oh wait, I need to write. You can cast the Featherfall spell on yourself at will without expending spell charges or spell slots. Further, And by the way, the reason why Featherfall is as expensive as it is because you can target multiple creatures with it. So allowing you to do this on yourself at will, pretty nice 6th level bump. Further, this is where we're going to get weird. You can move along the outer area of spells with a defined area as if they were solid surfaces. You can move across the spell's area in any direction, including vertically, while leaving your hands free. If the spell is moved while you are on its surface, you move with the spell. Think about this with like Moonbeam, where there's a giant cylinder and you're able to just go up and do your flares on the Moonbeam. You know how sick that is? You know how, like what kind of scene that paints for you as the dancer? And again, this is not a very massive bump in the overall power that you're getting out of this. Like, yes, a spell has to be cast that has that area, and then what can you do? You can move along the side of that spell. Like, it does so much for you, but it does so little in a way, and I love this feature so much. Now, I don't know if that wording completely gets across exactly what that feature is supposed to do, and if that really works, rules as written. So, that's one of those features that I would pass over to guys like Ross Benjamin or Heavy Arms and, ask them, okay, you tell me if this makes sense to you. So, do I have anything Ty Lee style? I know monk styles are unpopular, but I like the style. Some of our comments. So Nico, to your first question, people have asked me if I'm gonna do a capoeira, like capoeira dance style in here. So I think that you can get that kind of character flavor out of just going like a little bit of monk and then come over here in the dancer. And there's a few reasons why I'm kind of leaning away from the capoeira style. I might pick it up in a later thing, but like, I just kind of feel like there's ways that you can already do that kind of an effect. I mean, hell, you might just be able to even argue that monk could straight up do that. So, I would need to study it a little bit more, and I think that it might make for a good expansion onto the dancer. But I think that where it's currently sitting, I think that some of the other subclasses are just like a little bit higher priority. And like, if I can make them all feel as unique as this Weaver does, then I'll have felt like I've really knocked it out of the park. And Capoeira just feels like on top of some of the other martial styles that we have in this one, it might, I don't know that it's really going to add much of anything. But, you never know. It could just be one day, bam, inspiration strikes. Somafonta Arcana sounds like you can just pick up a fireball passed to you by an ally and throw it at the enemy. Exactly what that's meant to do. You can, like, your allies can cast fireballs through you, which doesn't really add a whole lot of mechanical perk to it, but it feels really cool. So, movement as a resource was the initial inspiration for the dancer, where the dances would cost you a certain amount of movement speed in order to use. That felt a little clunky, and I was ultimately just happier with all of the flares being special actions that you can do, which is basically what spells are, right? You use the cast a spell action, bam, then you know exactly, like, okay, I need to find this spell, requires this action, and then it does this thing. So I think that's what I needed to do with the flares, and we'll talk about those here in a second because I'm gonna have to design a few tonight. The weave tease is their 11th level feature. So, weave tease. When a creature targets you with a spell attack, this needs to be 10th level. Targets you with a spell attack. You can use your reaction. And expend 3 spell charges and we're doing charges in this class, not slots, to manipulate the essence of the spell. When you do, you can test the spell's attack roll with a charisma performance check. If you win the contest, you gain control of the spell, and you can make a ranged spell attack with the spell as a part of the same reaction as if you had cast it. So this is like, if someone targets you with a spell attack, notice it has to be a spell attack, so this is mostly just going to be cantrips, a few higher level spells. But someone targets you with the attack, you can basically grab it and then re-throw it back at them. It's like, that's the kind of wizard battle I wanted out of D&D that I just don't think I always get. Font Mystique, this might get replaced. I mean, you regain your expended spell charges when you finish a short or long rest. They need to have, I think it just needs to be a 14th level feature. Like, yeah, oh, that's right, I redid the leveling structure of the subclasses. 3rd, 6th, 10th, and then I don't think it's 17th anymore, right? Is it? I think it was 14th. Yeah. Yeah, 14th. Okay, so I need to do those. Hey Darren, I'm making a Great Old One Warlock, and I was wondering which first level spell I should take, Hex or Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Hex. Hex. No questions. It's that good. If you are building an Eldritch Blast Warlock, Hex is an auto grab. It is instant auto grab. Tasha's Hideous Laughter is a fun spell to probably take at 2nd level, but if you're competing with Hex or Tasha's Hideous Laughter, like, Hex is just so core into the Warlock's playstyle. And let me see here. Few reasons, and I've learned this as I've been doing my dive into Warlock. So, Hex is your bonus action. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, there we go. I was just scrolling too fast. So, Warlock is remarkably light on their bonus action. If you get a class feature or a subclass feature that requires your bonus action, then it has to compete with Hex. Because Hex is almost always going to be, what do you do on your first round of combat as a Warlock? Hex, Eldritch Blast. Like, bam. That is just what you do. Hex is no saving throw whatsoever, and you deal additional damage to it. It's just that good, and it's on every attack roll that you make against the creature. Like, holy crap, that is so remarkably good. It does require your concentration, but if you're planning on being kind of a backline sort of a, like, Warlock, even midline, it's not going to have a big problem with this. Hex compared to, let's look at Tasha's. Tasha's Hideous Laughter is a action. It does require your concentration, so there it's competing for Hex, and it's competing for Eldritch Blast. So, and I need to do, I've got Great Old One up on my schedule. I'm going to be doing that one soon. I'm hoping to just knock out all the Warlocks before I touch anything from Tasha's again. My brain needed a reset after going through that book. This is not a bad effect. However, like, it can continue to make this saving throw against the effect every time damage is dealt to it. This acts antithetical to what you're going to be wanting to do with Eldritch Blast, because every time it takes damage means that in every instance of your Eldritch Blast that you cast, then it gets to make the saving throw to end this spell. In which case, because you're a Warlock and early level spell slots are just like, oh my god, they're like diamonds to Warlock, then like, it might feel like you cast this spell and then your next turn, you were the reason why that thing succeeded on its saving throw. So Tasha's Hideous Laughter is actually not a super fantastic Warlock spell. Also, notice that it falls prone, becoming incapacitated. If you're making ranged attack rolls against this creature, then your attack rolls are going to have disadvantage against it. Notice that. An attack roll against a creature has advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature. Otherwise, the attack roll has disadvantage. So, if you're doing Eldritch Blast against a character or against a creature that you cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter against, then like they're really clashy sorts of spells. Great Old One has got a lot of issues with it that, like I said, I will be covering in a video, but they can be overcome. There are ways in which I think that Great Old One is actually a pretty okay subclass, but you just gotta know how to build it right. And yeah, it's not about building it optimally. I know, have fun with your character, do what you want to with your character, but there are rules in this game that I will say, like, looking at Tasha's Hideous Laughter, it's pretty hard to make that a good Warlock spell, just because of the way that that spell works. It's just competing for so much stuff that you want to do as a Warlock in combat. I hope that was thorough, Tin Can. Okay. You know how liches are associated with wizards and orcs are associated with barbarians and cleric? What monster would you associate with my dancer class? Satyr. Probably Satyr, yeah. Like, that feels like a pretty natural fit. Yeah, so basically magical deflect missiles. Exactly. I wanted that to be very apparent. Like, I wanted people to be able to read that and say, oh, so I'm a magical monk, huh? Like, I wanted that to feel really cool. Hex is basically a Warlock class feature. Super agree. What Hex is just a remarkably good first level spell. There's a reason why it's very, very hard to design a subclass for any other class other than Warlock that gets Hex, because that spell is just so remarkably strong. It does debuff, buffing you, like, it just, the reach of that spell is just remarkable. It's basically just a spell for disabling someone your party isn't attacking yet. Yeah. Oh yeah, no problem, Tin Can. Glad I could help out. I could see Tiefling, but that might be the art. Yeah, the the Tiefling art, I just, this is so perfect. I just absolutely adore that. And someone earlier had actually mentioned, why didn't I use movement as a resource? Kind of similar to, like, you might think key points or superiority dice. Movement speed is something that refreshes immediately at the start of your turn. So designing for a resource that refreshes at the end of your turn, refreshes at the start of your turn, is remarkably difficult. Absolutely insanely difficult. Everything would only have to be as good as the attack, help, disengage, or dodge actions. Otherwise, it was just going to be too strong. So the way that I've sorted it out and made that sort of compromise is, instead of using movement as a resource, I've made it to where we move movement around in the action economy. And by doing that, it allows you to move as a part of an action, which, if you're doing that as a flare, means that you don't provoke opportunity attacks while you're performing that flare, which means that you can get right up into an enemy's face, just style on them, do whatever the hell it is you want to do, and then back off while you're mid-dance, and they can't attack you. Like, that, if they're going to be a midliner, they have to have a good disengagement tool, and that's why dance flares have to be the way that they are. Yeah. Rogue gets cunning action for a very, very good reason. Monk gets Step of the Wind for a very good reason. Those are disengagement tools. And if you're going to be that D8 midliner kind of a class, you gotta have that. You just have to. Um, Tell me Magic Book. Like I said, I started playing D&D in 5e. My first exposure to it might have been in 3.5, but yeah, as far as doing like deep dive lores into like D&D stuff, you know, like some of it's interesting if I'm looking for some inspiration for stuff I'm writing, but for the most part, like, oh man, I'm just a guy that I've got like five different things that I'm always trying to do at one time. So, um, I'm in no way a Forgotten Realms expert by any means, or like, you know, TTRPG class design and game design as a whole is something that kind of recently, I think in the last like 5 years, started to like come to me. Um, I had always been a little bit interested in game design, but TTRPG specifically, not really. Um, it wasn't until I got into D&D that I was like, cool, all right, this I can design for this system. Oh, I wasn't taking anything harshly. Don't worry about it. So, okay, trying to eat at the same time. Okay, big question came in, and then I'm gonna get back on this. Bilbo said, "Question: I didn't quite catch this. What does the deflect missiles feature only function with ranged spell attacks? Yes. If not, how would it work with things like spiritual weapon? Oh, that actually. Hang on, that's a good question. I gotta think about that. Holy crap, that's a really good question. I have to make sure. Specifically, ranged spell attacks. Mm. And that even cuts back on the power budget of that feature a little bit, which is good. Melee spell attack. Okay. That was one in narrative I had to figure out. Oh, thank you so much for that Bilbo backhand. Okay. Yes. Good question. With a... has to work that way. And because it's so restricted, I can do that. Oh, perfect. Perfect. That just improves so many things about that feature. Oh my god, thank you so much. Okay. Beautiful. It makes sense and it feels good, right? This feels like, is it going to come into play a whole lot? No, not necessarily. But when it does, that's going to be damn cool. That's going to be so cool whenever that works. Okay. So, that's general layout work I need to do on that at some point. I'll probably do that off screen because that's not going to be really interesting to watch. Let me see. It's been about an hour and 48 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick 5-10 minute break. Just kind of eat the rest of my meal. And then I will be back getting some coffee and everything. Let the dogs out, all that stuff. So, during this time though, I'm interested to hear you all's ideas for different dance flares that this thing should get. So, if you've got an idea for a dance move that you think that the dancer should get, think of these as like these are going to be spells or like cantrip kind of effects. I'm going to leave that. Let me see here. So you guys can see this. Oh, come on. Nope. Wait. Okay. So you guys can see some of the flares that I've been working on. Leave your ideas for a flare in the comment section. Let me put some text up here. Okay. ideas for. Alright. Fortnite dance to taunt your enemies. Okay, that'll work, right? Do that. Bam. And then. Bam. Cool, cool. That worked, right? Bam. Let's do a slightly prettier font than that. Let's go. Alright, yeah, let's just be boring. Have Helvetica. Bold. Alright. Okay, guys, yep, I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. go. Oh, let's get rid of that. Bam. Okay. Wow, it seems darker in here now. Did we just lose daylight? What happened? Let me get another spotlight on here. Oh, dang it, that's right. I took the power out of that one. Oh well. Okay. All this seam. Oh, because the other light was coming from my monitor. Okay. So, hip check is actually a really funny one. It's a funny idea to add in for the mosher. So the choreo thrash has its special choreo flair that is mosh. If you win the contest, you can choose throw and elbow. Maybe just you can choose to make an unarmed strike against the creature, dealing 1d6 modifier. Ooh, hiccups. That seems pretty solid. I like that idea a lot. Oh, and I need to credit Bilbo in here for that feedback. That was great. Where was that? Yeah, by the way, if you guys say anything in chat that like leads me to make or like I feel like really drives home a lot of help on me getting this down, I will totally add your name into the feedback section here. Because it goes a long way to really help out. So Bilbo, thank you so much for that. That super helped out the Weave Tease feature. Okay. Wondering off topic, do you know what would be cool to stream is homebrewing a monster that uses the Dancer class? Yes. That will be, let me turn on that music a little bit. Yes, I will be doing a stream where I make NPCs as stat blocks for like using the Dancer as a base, because that's just going to help make this an even stronger supplement. Wondering, do I picture flares as more martial or magical / mystical? They're kind of a mix, it seems. Like in the same way that a monk uses ki, it could somewhat be argued that they're a little bit mystical because they're like, you could say it's like that beautiful that it like, oh, it's awe-inspiring. And if they're going to be doing anything other than bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage, then it's going to be a little bit mystical, like with its narrative. It's yeah. How's the snow in Oklahoma? It is melted. We are out of the ice. It is completely 100% drivable now, like no issues whatsoever. Because it hit like, I don't know if Adriana is still in the stream, but it hit like 50 degrees today in Oklahoma, so we're good. Texas is the state that got hit super hard. Texas got it real bad, and I think only like portions of northern Texas were connected to our power grid. So like, yeah, everybody in like the southern parts of Texas southern and central Texas is just messed up, way bad. So yeah, actually, if you guys are able to, nope. I appreciate all the like help and support here, but like, check out. I know Alexandria Ocasio Cortez is doing some fundraising stuff to help out some of the emergencies that are going on down there. It's rough. Texas was not ready for this, and it's like they just did not have the infrastructure in place to deal with something like this. So the citizens don't need to pay for those problems. That needs to be on the heads of their government. So if you find some of those foundations, go throw in $1 if you can, because they need the help real bad. Yeah, Anton, I'm reporting from Austin this week was so messed up. Yeah, absolutely. The Houston area was, oh man, like I'm surprised they didn't break out into a revolt down there because of that. Are there dancing monsters in real world folklore? Yeah. Um. Yeah. Okay. Yes, there are, but I'm trying to think of what. Pull this up over here. Monster Dance. No, now I'm getting a bunch of kid stuff. Farandole. I should look that up. Will-o-wisps. I mean satyrs. Uh. Oh, that's a YouTube video. I don't want to get DMCA'd over that. I don't know. I'll take a look at that. But yeah, it would be cool to make some monsters that actually like have like real world folklore precedent in them. Uh, Speedy twirls spin rapidly, making all creatures within range attempt a dex save. On a fail, deal d6. That's yeah. Um, hmm. Deals d6 and then what? Like I'm trying to think. Like the swirl might be a fun like bam, I dish out a lot of damage in this circle, which I think might be expected as a dancer. Um, like all creatures within the area. Actually, is there a fighter? mm, Uh, is there like a battle master maneuver that does something like that? Um, let's pull up battle master. Has D&D Beyond been kind of laggy for anybody else? Mine's been like pretty slow. Anson, how are you guys doing down there, by the way? Is power restored? Like, I didn't know if you guys still like were still out of power or what was going on with all that. I need to fix that. The formatting's screwed up. Okay. Fanny Presence, Commander Strike, no. I'm trying to remember. Usually give your allies an opening. Um, I don't remember if there's just like a circle spin like wind slash kind of a thing. Actually, wait, that's in Ranger. And Hunter's got a whirling. Um, what is it? Whirlwind attack. You can use your reaction to make a melee attack against any number of creatures within 5 feet of you with a separate attack roll for each target. Jesus, that's so good. Um, like volley's really super solid too, but like wow, that is a remarkable action. Um, and I would say that that probably needs to be limited. That could be a flare that's limited to like 11th level, um, and that would probably be okay. Uh, okay. Because that's going to be tied into some other implications. Um, so the reason why that's really good on Ranger and probably not super great here on the Dancer is because the Dancer or the Ranger is set up to do a lot of other stuff with their action. The Dancer isn't necessarily so. Um, like they get a lot of beef out of their attack that the Ranger just does, or that the Dancer just doesn't get. Um, it was reached out within range, so whip users get more use out of it. Maybe have more damage die instead of a d6. Um, the actually, I think that might be in line because you're using your action to do this. Okay. Um, You can use your action to make a melee attack against any number of creatures. Separate attack roll for each target. Okay. Now, whenever you do this attack, you need a way to get out of there. Two-step is... That actually just became a class feature. So that can get gone. You can use your action and move to make a melee attack against any number of creatures within 5 feet of you with a separate attack roll for each target. That's a cantrip sword burst that's also similar. That's right. Bring this back over here. Yeah, if it's kept within cantrip line, yeah, dexterity saving throw would take 1d6 force damage. That can actually probably just be no prerequisite then. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can just straight up do that. And then it could scale at 11th level. Okay. So, if we allow it to scale at 7th level, let me do this. All other creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. Okay, hang on. Dexterity saving throw would take 1d6 damage. Bludgeoning damage. Maybe. Okay, let me think. Because this is a general bam, those creatures must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. If they succeed, they don't take damage. If they don't succeed, they take 1d6 plus your dexterity modifier bludgeoning damage. And the other benefit from this is that you would be able to move, which you don't provoke opportunity attacks while you're moving. That. And the creature. Until the end of your turn, allowing you to get out of there. All other creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or take 1d6 plus your dexterity modifier bludgeoning damage. And the creature cannot make damage, and the creature cannot make opportunity attacks against you until the end of your turn. That's already really, really solid. And it doesn't rip too much away from Hunter whenever you do that. It's just basically the cantrip. 1d6 plus your dex mod damage in that circle is very, very nice. And it's bludgeoning damage, so it's already a little bit weaker. Wow, I literally asked for the stream to shut up to it. No, Ethan, you're good. You're good. No, it's going to be available as a VOD on the channel later, so no worries. I've actually been trying to fiddle with my tech here today. So, yeah, in case you guys can't hear, I think the snow and ice actually wrecked my preamp. Because whenever I tried to live stream last week, there was a lot of static at the very beginning. And I unplugged it, plugged it back in, and I'm still getting some intermittent sort of like popping and sizzling. So if you guys hear that, it's literally, I think it's just to do with the weather. It's super weird. And I don't know, usually that is telling me that there's some kind of a power issue, which is weird because I took a big load off of the outlet that my whole entire computer rig is plugged into. So I don't know really what's going on. The only thing I've done in here is just replace the lights. So I don't know. Uh, I guess it depends on if you want to have deck saves or just all attack and range. I okay, so an attack has some different implications. Um, because like attacks can benefit from things like magical weapons. However, a flare, I don't want it to be able to do that. So going off of sword burst makes a lot more sense. Um, I want it to feel like you're gonna make the other players that have the magical weapons feel like holy crap, yes, thank you. Like I want everything to feel like that your players are gonna really appreciate you being in the party because you make them that much better. Like that is the that is the real fun behind playing a support is if you start to think about like, oh, we'll catch you later, Moonring. Thanks for being here. Um, I as a support, I always feel like I have a lot more fun whenever my allies like feel just like, holy crap, I am supercharged, all because you're here. Like that is such a cool feeling. And that's what I try to get across with the merchant. With that exchangeable spellcasting feature, you as the merchant being able to just dish out spell slots, your party is going to be like, "Oh my god, you're amazing! You are like, holy crap! Yes, why did we ever leave home without a merchant in the past?" you know. Da-da-da. Sorry if I sound like the bearer of off-topic discussions. No, you're good. But as much as I love the Artificer, I don't really like that out of the four Artificer specialists are focused primarily on combat. The Alchemist gets a little bit out there. Um, and I say that as somebody that doesn't like the Alchemist. I think that alchemy, like the Alchemist, could be its entirely own class because I've seen other people do this concept and it works out very, very well. Um, I think that Wizards of the Coast uh, needs to just, in 6th edition moving forward, be okay with just making a brand new class. It made no sense how, like, in this entire time that we've had 5th edition, we've had one class added to the game. One. That's it. One official class added to the game. And there have been so many amazing homebrew creations out there that have shown that D&D is capable of so much more. Just absolutely so much more. So, yeah, I think that Wizards of the Coast in 6th edition and beyond needs to be willing to put out like a brand new class a year. They can do that super easily. They have a whole team of designers that is up there just making subclasses. I don't believe that. Um, I don't believe that they're being used to their full potential there. I think that in D&D there should be a new class coming out every single year. Makes absolute sense. Um, Plus, there's a lot of really good homebrew design talent out there, and like, I just don't know why if you have stipulations in the Dungeon Masters Guild terms of service that says that your product may appear in an official supplement, like Wizards of the Coast is supposed to reach out and be like, "Hey, we really like what you did. Do you want it to appear in an official book?" They have never done that, but they have asked people to like come on board and help, write some of the material, like with Icewind Dale. Um, so, what I think is Wizards of the Coast needs to extend that same arm out there to a lot of homebrew designers. There are plenty of people. There's all kinds of good talent out there that can make this game incredibly diverse. I always made the joke that like homebrewing is like playing Skyrim with mods. Like you're playing D&D, but you have a lot more class options that you just kind of get tacked onto the base kit. Yeah. I think it's like when any major company is the undisputed biggest in their field, they just stagnate and take very long to improve or innovate. That's a fair, yeah, that's a fair statement. I'll give you that. It's fair. Um, but I don't know. Like, yes, D&D is massive, right? D&D is huge. But it's not without its competitors. you know, Pathfinder is a good game, despite what some recent YouTubers might be saying. Pathfinder is actually pretty solid, um, and it. Not to say that people are saying that Pathfinder's bad, but I think that some of the arguments I've been hearing here about Pathfinder are very detractionary, where it just didn't really need to be. Um, and yeah, I don't know. People are totally entitled to their opinions, absolutely. And hey, we can disagree with those opinions. But Pathfinder is actually pretty solid. It has some of the best action economy in any TTRPGs I've ever seen. But oh yeah, and Ethan said it right there. Pathfinder is great. The problem is that Pathfinder is like there's nothing that seems to be kind of set in stone with your character, which is fine, which is fine, but that huge layer of complexity that's already added on top of you having to learn this system, make your character do X, Y, and Z thing is a bit of a barrier to entry. The reason why D&D 5e is done so well is because it's very easy to learn how to play this game and be playing it with a character you made in all of about 15 minutes. If I'm hosting a session 0 at my house and I tell the players, hey, we're going to do session 0 and then we're going to meet up next week, I can have somebody that's brand new, fresh, completely green around the gills, and at that session 0, and have them totally understanding D&D, rolling up a character, and super stoked to play the game within an hour, very easily. So and that's just part of the strength of 5e. I would hate to see them move away from that in a more Pathfinder direction. I think that if you're very into crunch, Pathfinder might be the game for you. But yeah, I just think D&D has a nice system figured out right now for D&D 5e, and it's part of why I designed for it. But yeah, Pathfinder, learned some decent stuff about it. Their action economy is way, way better in Pathfinder than it is in D&D. That is, I will give them that every day of the week. Pathfinder's action economy is brilliant. That system is just so easy. You understand it. If you've ever played a board game, you know exactly how to play Pathfinder. And less friendly towards homebrew? Oh, Pathfinder is? I don't know. I've heard that there's some people that are less reluctant to get into the Pathfinder homebrew stuff. Um, and I don't really know why. I don't know if it's that the system isn't very complimentary towards it, or if Paizo looks down on it. From what I understand, Pathfinder or Paizo's always been a really consumer friendly company. I've been trying to get my group to try out Pathfinder, but I think my DM is influenced a lot by that video. Yeah, and okay, Taking 20. And Taking 20 has got. I will agree with a lot of Cody's arguments that he makes whenever he's showing the math behind it and everything like that. But we can and it's okay for us to disagree. I disagree with a lot of Cody's takes in that video, and that's why partially why I made my video "Are Metas Ruining TTRPGs?" Because I don't think inherently the idea that a game has a meta means that the game is worse, or the game is lacking quality. If a meta can be found, okay, fantasy combat, all war games will have a meta. That is an inescapable truth of every single game. No matter what. If it's a tactics game, it has a meta. Chess has a damn meta. Okay? So, you're never gonna find a perfect game that does not develop a meta, because a meta is literally just what tactics have we figured out are very effective at doing this one thing in particular. And if you're trying to solve the game, I think that you might be coming at it at I don't want to say the wrong angle, but you're coming at it from an angle that some people could look at as detractionary, and that you might be hurting the experience of others. If you're not hurting the experience of others, then like it's totally whatever. There are tables in D&D that I've personally played at where we just try and find some really busted, combinations because that's fun. Sometimes that's a fun aspect to play, and you're not damaging the community by doing that. Like, get that idea out of your heads. Whoever's got that idea, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. Oh God, that's a very, and it's weird because I get this kind of pushback from both sides, where like I'll go and talk with some people that are, you could maybe call them optomancers, right? And those people are so much into it that I'm like, do you guys ever just like, I don't know, play? Like, do you ever play this game, or do you just crunch out the numbers on it? I mean, if you have fun with that, I'm not gonna knock it, but like, man, okay. Um, or like if you're just researching the game, if you're only playing to play test, then that's not a lot of fun. Um, but then there's people that are what I'll call the thespians. They want to be the big actors, and they feel like roleplay is at its core the most absolute important part of a TTRPG. And you know, like D&D, most of the features you're gonna get are gonna be for combat. So like there are non-combat systems out there if you want to go and play a game where there's not combat. Uh, but it combat's expected in D&D. That's part of this game. So I don't know. I've just heard arguments on both sides that I'm like, who let's let's eat our vegetables and our fruit and our meat and our bread. Let's have a healthy, balanced diet with it all. Um, yeah, the Optimancer thing like can be kind of fun. Some people have even accused me of being a little bit of an Optimancer here on the channel. I like to think of it more that I'm doing my reviews from a designer approach. Um, like, whenever we're talking, I'm like, there's a few things that I factor in whenever I'm writing a class, and I'm thinking about action economy usage, X, Y, Z thing. And then if people say something like, well, this class just feels weak, then I'm like, okay, let's try and figure out why. Not, well, this is bad. I'm like, okay, well, maybe there's a problem with the way that the action economy is being negotiated here. I don't know. Um, like figuring out Stinking Cloud on the Fiend in the last video, right? Where I can point to command, and I'm like, you had a better option than this that you got at first level. So why would you take this spell? I just don't think that it's a great spell to take, and I can actually prove why I don't think it's all that fantastic, instead of just saying this spell's bad, don't do it. You know. Um, yeah, I don't know. That's a tangent. I guess that's the live stream tangent for now. Um, okay, the real min maxer hate really came with 3.5 when people like us were really getting into the game. That is why this bitter taste is in so many players' mouths when it comes to meta. Well, yeah, and there could be there are still min maxers out there that like if they are knocking you for playing the game that you want to play it, then like yeah, those find different people to play with. Like set up that expectation. Be like, guys, I'm not here to like really play my character completely awesomely and like effectively, or not saying that you want to sabotage the game, but that you're in it to have fun with your character, and part of the fun for you is other aspects of the game that aren't just combat. So if that table works out for you, it works out. If not, well then you dodged a bullet. So there's so many D&D tables out there, guys. So many D&D tables that you can get on. I have probably about 10 to 15 people messaging me on Facebook at like any time, usually every week, asking me about tables that I might know of here in town to get them hooked up with, or if I would DM a game for them. Um, so, like, I know that the community's out there. It's just reach out, find some new buddies, see what you can do. To get on the table that's okay and that is right for you. That line of communication is very, very important to establish and maintain, and be buddy buddy, be friendly. This is supposed to be a fun game. It's a fun game. That's why we're making this dancer class, to make this fun game more fun. Personally, I've been completely spoiled by D&D Beyond. I can make a character for another game, but damn, D&D Beyond is insanely convenient, yes, and it's made it more painful not to use it, yes. Uh, Absolutely, absolutely. Talk about my Discord. Um, so the Discord server has been really cool. The like, I went from not really knowing much about anything about Discord into setting up a server and being like, cool. Like, you have problems finding it, really? Let me post a link in chat. Um, the Discord server has been very cool. Uh, Lots of really great communication going on over there. Lots of just funny, random stuff. Um, I I try very hard to keep a very light touch as far as moderation goes. I mean, I don't think anyone that's come over there has said anything that I've been like, all right, can't talk about this. Bam. Um, but, uh, you know, keep a civil head, good conversation, and be conscientious of others. There's a lot of people that are willing to give some really good critique of your homebrew. I just posted it up in chat. If you want to join over there, get you if you have a piece of homebrew that you're looking for critique on. There's guys like me, Ukulele Bard, Dragonborn Doug, and Heavy Arms that are in the chat that might be willing to talk to you about whatever. If we have time to, we've all got our own like projects and stuff going on. But it's been a cool community, and like just the meme dump stuff, the video game chats and everything have been really fun. So yeah, you guys are helping me to socialize in the middle of this crazy ass pandemic we're all going through. So it's been fun. Thanks for the. Actually, I think it was my buddy Gates that pushed me into making a Discord server. So thank you, Gates. Also one of my Patreon sponsors. So she works in the board game industry. She's been a really fun just person to just have a contact with. So okay, so there was that tangent. All right, the flares. So that is a pretty decent identity, that whirling dervish one, right? You do this as your action, and it deals 1d6 plus your bludgeoning modifier damage to those creatures in that area. That's a lot, but it's relying on the situation of a horde clear kind of scenario. And is that getting in the way? If I'm thinking about that in terms of let's say, a is there a spell that has a radius of 5 feet that this is going to be stronger than? Acid Splash, maybe? But Acid Splash is going to level up with you. You hurl a bubble of acid, choose 1 or 2 creatures you can see within range. If you choose 2, they must be within 5 feet of each other. A target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or take 1d6 acid damage. So this is going to be a little bit better than Acid Splash. But Acid Splash also has a range of 60 feet. I'm thinking it needs to don't worry, some of the process of transitioning. I'm always on. Oh, congratulations. Feeling to try to be. Yeah, and I think it's just something that we can do now as a society to just kind of further, like being a little bit more conscientious. Conscientious. Holy crap! Can I get that word out of my mouth? We can all read the room a little bit better, right? There's just certain things that I think we can rephrase, redo, and take into account of that can just make us a nicer, happier world. Let's hug the earth. Don't hug each other right now, but later, when this is all over, hug each other. So, okay, Acid Splash. It's a range, okay? That's already nice. It's already nice. And it deals acid damage, which is a little bit better than bludgeoning damage. So, okay. I think that, like, do I really want to get rid of your Dex mod? I think if we're doing it in an area, that might be worth it. Bludgeoning damage, and the creature cannot make opportunity attacks against you until the end of your turn. And then maybe this increases at 11th level. But like this is just damage you deal. So 1d6, and then it scales up. You're not using the cast a spell action. Uh, okay, hang on. This might be cool. Let me think about this. Hug each other once we all get vaccines. Yes. Actually, good news. I am on the. I just got my email the other day to schedule my vaccination. So God damn, I'm knocking on wood a lot here. I have apparently made it through this pandemic without catching COVID. I may be one of the rare ones. So, but yeah, I got put on wave 2 here in Oklahoma because I'm a teacher, and in order to get back in class for this next semester, there's a position at a school here in town that the orchestra director that is currently sitting in there, orchestra and jazz band, is retiring, and he's a good buddy of mine that I've worked with on a few musicals in the past, and helped some of his students in the past. So yeah, I'm hopefully if he retires, well, when he retires, hopefully that all works out really well. But that got me my priority for getting my vaccine. So hell yeah. Um, so Whirling Dervish. It does 1d6 bludgeoning damage in an area. That's an average of 3.5, but that's to a potential of 8 creatures. So 3.5. Hang on. If we're just looking at the potential damage you can do, I don't mind this being pretty good. But 3.5 times 8. So that's 28 damage you're dealing out in that area. I don't know that there's a cantrip that's capable of dealing that much damage at first level. Because we've got to always think about possible damage output. Now, okay, Monk. Monk at 5th level has got a d6 die. So 3.5 plus, we'll say Dex mod of 4. So 7.5. They can do that 3 times during their turn because they've got Flurry of Blows. Oh, actually, they can do it 4 times. Flurry of Blows, extra attack, and then their base attack. 30. Okay. So, 1d6 bludgeoning damage. That is 30 potential damage that they're able to do. This might be actually pretty okay at 5th level, because you have the benefit of you can disengage, like you're disengaging as a part of this. Okay. If you haven't done so elsewhere to fully scale, it might be good to make sure at some point these hits can become magical to overcome resistance and non-magical bludgeoning. That's fair. That is fair. By that wording, you'd only be safe if from opportunity attacks if everyone fails to save, and I think the Dex mod is fair. So what I think, okay. Use your action to begin spinning. How about this? To spin. All other creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or take 1d6 bludgeoning damage. Hang on. What fixes that is to spin once, maybe. All other creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 bludgeoning damage. Uh, you can then move. Uh, wait. You can then move or form an additional spin. Maybe. Hang on. Okay. So, you can use your action to spin once. All creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 bludgeoning damage. You can then move or perform an additional spin, but not both. So you can possibly do 2d6 in this area. Bam, bam. Now, you know what? Negotiation, that is. It just needs to do more damage. It just needs to do more damage. Uh, move after performing the spin. Deals additional damage. Or wait. Additional damage with this flare. Let's end this class with, and we'll do that. Okay, so that way, all of the creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. Now we have one thing that you have to do. They make this save one time. Okay, so I don't like features that are forcing multiple d20 rolls. I usually feel like any more than two, that feature is clunky. You want it to be very graceful, where it's just like, okay, what's the negotiation? I have to beat your roll. Okay, bam. Action, everything resolved, right? If I were to make it to where, like, you can just keep on doing this spin, and they have to, like, continue to make dexterity saving throws or take this damage, then, like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, maybe it could be that, like, you deal additional damage with the flare. Maybe like you can spend an additional time with this flare when you reach certain levels. Uh, you can spend one additional time with this flare when you reach certain levels in this class. Maybe I'll think about that. Because Monk can already, like, part of the ickiness behind Stunning Strike is just because, like, you can. That is such a legendary action burner. You can do that with every single hit. Like, Stunning Strike is just such a crazy strong feature. But, you know, there's a lot of people that have the perception that Monk is relatively weak compared to a lot of the other classes. Um, I'll get into that in a later video. I need to get back on the guides to playing all the classes. I really liked the cleric video that I did, and I need to like keep doing that. Keep doing those kinds of guides. Um, mm. So a part of this flare. There we go. Right? You can then move after performing the spin as a part of this flare. Yeah, that I think that's how that needs to work. Because they are so super light on defenses that this dancer needs to be able to very easily disengage just all over the place. Oh yeah. I'm playing a cleric in a new campaign, but didn't know you made a guide. Yeah, it's so. I played cleric. I'm probably most familiar with cleric out of every single class. I made a guide on cleric because I had played one for like ever, and it. Uh, I felt really good about that guide. It's about an hour. I want to say it's about an hour long, and it covers like what all the features do, and then I go into the spell list and I'm like, okay, so from personal experience, here's the spells that I feel like I really got a lot of love out of. And then I talk about the different kinds of not just archetypes, but like play styles that kind of get defined by the different subclasses. And I break it up into about 5 or 6 different what I'll call like archetypes or like playstyle summaries. Where cleric has, if you want to go blaster cleric, you can go with like this theurge, which light domain cleric does a remarkable job in doing. You can go like frontline crusader, which is like forge domain, war domain, tempest domain, and then if you want to go, just classic healer support, life domain cleric is there. Now, if your table's okay with peace and twilight, then those are also there. But yeah, I don't know of too many people that are like really okay with those being on their table wholesale. Um, and then, oh, what else was there? Trickery got the. It's not Templar. And is it Templar? Um, but that's like the kind of religious assassin. You think like Assassin's Creed. It's kind of in that style. So there's a lot of different play styles that you can get out of cleric. I just love the versatility that's in that class. Have I covered the cleric classes from Tasha yet? I covered Twilight Domain. I will be getting back on cleric and all the other stuff, and probably Tasha's, as soon as I need to get done with Warlock because I I didn't realize it until about a month ago. Whenever someone pointed out, they were like, "Hey, you realize you've only got like one Warlock video and you have like 5 cleric ones?" And I was like, "Oh crap, you're right. I knew that there was one I was forgetting." So I was trying to make that right this month. Uh, have I? Okay, I'm playing Peace, though I might be interested in Mind Cleric from exploring. I need to look at that book again. I really do. Have I considered how this class would synergize with Tabaxi? Okay, let me say something. I hate how much, because of Tabaxi's existence, I can't use movement as a resource. Uh, because of that, because of Tabaxi and Aarakocra, I cannot design around movement speed being used for anything other than movement speed. Because holy crap, man. Like, Tabaxi and Aarakocra would be absolutely, objectively, the best classes at any class that allows you to use movement speed as a resource. I tried so many times whenever I was first designing this idea to like possibly make it work. You can use 10 feet of movement speed to do this flare. Well, I can't really do that because Aarakocra is a thing and Tabaxi's a thing. Well, I could do, whatever. Um, Now, how is this going to interact with Tabaxi? Like, I think that you're not going to get a whole lot of love out of your feline agility if you use that in conjunction with these flares, because I don't think that it's going to act the way that it's intended to. Um, Let me. And I need a refresher on this, anyways, because as I'm writing for it, I'm like, I hate that ability so much. I just wasn't a really big fan of the way that they designed Tabaxi. Um, I think Leonin is. Leonin really missed out. This could be such a cool race, but yeah, Tabaxi's still just like insane compared to that. Um, this is part of the reason why I'm not a huge fan of Tabaxi also comes from my time like DMing Adventurers League, because people would just roll up Tabaxi monks all the time and just like that was all that they did. They were like, I just want to go fast, and that was Tabaxi monk. Um, so yeah, feline agility. Your reflexes. Oh crap! The chat is gonna block that. Let me go over here. That's slightly better. Your reflexes and agility allow you to move with a burst of speed. When you move on your turn in combat, you can double your speed until the end of the turn. Once you use this trait, you can't use it again until you move 0 feet on one of your turns. So like it could make it to where your flares are like cool. Now whenever I'm using this, I can't really get attacked, right? But none of the flares are the flares are very intentionally designed in a way to where they're not going to be getting a benefit from that. Um, will this feature work for you really well with that? maybe. I don't think it's going to be any more insane than Tabaxi Monk, or Tabaxi what the hell ever. Um, but yeah, just using movement as a resource in D&D 5e, unfortunately, the system is just not designed to handle that. Yeah, that's kind of where Tabaxi Monk is, or Tabaxi Dancer would be sitting. Aarakocra was the one that I knew I could not, absolutely could not use movement as a resource. Um, any way I would have broken it down, Aarakocra was going to be absolutely ridiculous as a dancer. Uh, which like might sound kind of cool, I guess. Um, but here, you have a flying speed of 50 feet. Uh, I don't think it's going to be any more out of line than any of the other races, and we all already know that Aarakocra is just way, way strong, way strong. So if you're allowing Aarakocra at your table, and then you're like, well, my Aarakocra dancer had this was absurd. I'm like, well, yeah, you allowed Aarakocra at your table. like, yeah. There's ways to do bird races and ways to do flight that isn't as absurd as this is. If I'll say this, I've made videos in the past really, really criticizing Aarakocra. If this were 30 feet, I would not, I would not have a problem with Aarakocra. I don't mind a flying speed of 30 feet. I mind a flying speed of 50 feet because 50 feet has a whole lot of other implications to it that 30 feet just does not. So yeah, I would if a player was fine with me saying, "Hey, let me reduce that flying speed by 30 feet, and then I'm cool with you playing this, and I'll up your walking speed to 30 feet, like whatever," they'd probably be fine. Um, yeah. So give the movement only to walking speed. That is a that is a compromise that I did consider at one point. Um, now, the problem with that is I didn't want to cut players back from designing dancers that they felt would be kind of cool because they do like flight dance or swimming dance or ground burrowing dance as like a cultural tradition or something. I just didn't want to uh, I didn't want to limit the potential of what the dancer could be to whoever is coming up with this class or coming up with that character. So the flares are still worded in a way to where if you were trying to do that, right? Like I'm going to I'm going to use this flare, and the way that I'm going to use it isn't just that I'm going to walk; it's that I'm going to fly up in the air and do this flare. That's kind of cool. I like that idea. I think it's fun. I just want to give them more options. Um, because doesn't that speed also apply to swimming speed? Yes, but using these with an innate like swimming speed is again like we know that there's like synchronized swim dance, um, but like it it could be worth it. I think that actually you do have a point on. Um, um, okay, you do have a point on one thing with moonwalk. This needs to say you walk in a straight line backwards. Bam. That needs to say that because it has other implications. Moonwalk is. You all knew that this was going to be in here. You all knew that this is probably one of the most famous dances of all time. If I didn't include this, people would have just looked at this and spat on it. So, moonwalk. As an action, you walk in a straight line, you walk backwards. That sentence just got more. In a straight line up to 30 feet, illuminating the area you move through with silvery moonlight. Each 5-foot square you move through remains illuminated until the start of your next turn, shedding dim light out to 5 feet. Creatures that enter the area for the first time on a turn, or that starts its turn there, must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 1d10 plus your Charisma modifier radiant damage. A shape changer, it's moonlight. It's moonlight. This is or moonbeam. This is moonbeam, but you're able to do it basically in a 30-foot line. So this is does it get the Michael Jackson moonwalk across? Is it themed to what you would want out of a like D&D moonwalk? I think so. It is miniature moonbeam. Um, it's in a zone, so it's literally everywhere that you walk, you leave behind that trail. So I would say get out the dry erase markers, just mark the area that you walked in, and then be sure that you keep track of all that stuff. But yeah, I really like this effect, and it's only until the start of your next turn. And then the other creatures, it's like you're cutting them off from this area, right? So it's a cool zoning kind of a tool, which feels pretty slick. Um, and I can do even that same exact thing, electric slide, right? It deals lightning damage. It's pretty easy to design in that kind of a thing. And uh, you might even see the like cantrip kind of through line come through, which I think would be fine. Like I think the hey, how's it going, Christopher? Thanks for subscribing. Um, Imagine being a goblin in a cave and getting blocked off by a magical moonwalking bugbear. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's playing up. Well, that's fair, but there are tools in there that would make it a lot easier to track the area you've affected with this. So, Poise, I've been playing a lot of Dark Souls, and I think that this one might wind up getting scrapped. Actually, you know what? Let's just start from the very top and go through here. Okay, so the flares. I've spoken with a few of my friends. I've said here on the channel before. My day job is, or was before the pandemic, a theater musician. So and you see all the guitars and stuff around here. Um, I was a session musician that I would get hired out to go and play on different musicals. So I got to know a lot of people that are in the theater scene. And through them, I've learned people that are also choreographers and dancers and stuff. So I reached out to a few of them because I needed, they're not sensitivity readers, they're narrative consultants. And I needed people to just tell me, okay, why is it that this feels like this is a ballerina and not a dancer? What can I do to kind of bring that out a little bit? And I've been given some really good feedback. So that's what led the flares and a little bit of input from Ross. The flares just became their own thing entirely. These are all different things that you can perform. I kind of brought it up a little bit earlier. Flares, if a flare has prerequisites, these all look like Eldritch invocations in a way. So, Bewildering Grace, as an action, you can use your movement and target a creature within 30 feet of you that can see you after you move. The target must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw, or take 1d8 plus your Charisma modifier psychic damage, and it can't take reactions until the start of its next turn. The damage dealt by this flare increases to 1. I don't know if it's going to increase or not. So, as you can see, these are all going to be special actions. Some of them will deal damage, but I want it to focus a lot more on debuffing. I want that to be the thing. And honestly, I think that the Dancer is like, this is going to be a study in action economy. The Dancer is like very experimental with that, where I'm thinking, how worth it is it for me to take away something's bonus action? How strong is it for me to take away something's action? According to D&D 5e, a first level spell slot. I don't think that's 100% correct. But yeah, because a first level spell slot means that you can cast command. So yeah, and I talked about it in the Pact of the Fiend, exactly how ridiculously strong that spell is. Let me show you guys. So this is a spell that is not. Let me get this sized up a little bit better. Okay. So I want to design a feature that does some action economy denial. And this spell right here tells me that I can design a feature that can do that and refresh. Like, let's say this command. If you got a feature that just straight up said the wording of command, and you could do it 2 times per long rest as a first level feature, that still might be a little bit weak because Warlock can do that twice per short rest. So, command, I'm thinking of this is denying something. It's action. You are telling it where to move. You can tell it that it must use all of its movement to move away from me. I can just tell it to fall prone. This right here tells me I have a lot of wiggle room as long as I require that it takes your action and that it lasts no longer than 1 round. So, command is, in my opinion, probably one of the strongest first level spells in the game. This is and the strength of the spell isn't in damage numbers, it's in action economy denial. And wow, wow, is it ever good at doing that? Further, Warlock can do this to more creatures for short rest, just by the fact of this scaling up and naturally cast at higher levels as a Warlock. So I can design a flare that basically does some of the stuff in command. We can even get hyper specific with it, and that would nerf it a little bit. Um, but yeah, that's if you want to know a little bit of the like behind the screen, what am I thinking of whenever I'm designing? I'm thinking about like the power budget and what are the implications of a first level spell like command if you can do this once per short or long rest, or twice, or 3 times, 4 times, etc., etc., etc. So yeah. Um, Now, command is something that you can pick. It's pretty versatile, remarkably versatile. Um, it is such a good spell. Oh my god, it's hard to come up with another spell that is as impactful as command at first level. Like, let's just take a look. This is a fun little side venture. First level spells that are, and keep that in mind. First level spells that are as good as command. Armor of Agathis is definitely up there. Bless is very nice. Beast Bond is actually kind of scary good if you can guarantee that you have a beast with you. The only reason why this wasn't given to Beastmaster as like an expanded spell list kind of a thing is because it would basically always mean that you would effectively always have advantage on attack rolls while you're right next to your beast. So it's a very cool effect. Um, yeah, Beast Bond is. I wonder if there's people that feel like Rain or that Beastmaster Ranger is good just because this spell exists. Beast Bond is probably very underrated. Catapult. I know people say that they love Catapult. Like this is just a ridiculous spell. Uh, Shield of Faith, good, great first level spell. Um, yeah, Bless Command Agathis. Um, Charm Person. We all know how good Charm Person is. Cause Fear. What was the Constrictor and Undead? I was trying to remember the reason why this spell just kind of goes meh. Oh, Cause Fear is even tied into the Frightened condition. If you can choose Command over Cause Fear, I would say choose Command. You know, if you want that kind of an effect, choose Command. It's just outclassed. Um, Chromatic Orb is very nice. Um, because we're seeing a lot of classes designed around this idea that um, you can change the damage type of a spell if it is the same as another spell that you can cast. Chromatic Orb is an evocation spell that allows you to choose either acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder, which just by its design makes any feature like that very strong. Just really damn good. Um, but my character was a paladin, so of course I'm like, Shield of Faith is a really solid pickup. Color Spray is interesting. Causes the blinded condition. Pretty fantastic. Command Compelled Duel. Oh my god, I love this spell. Do you want a tank? Do you want a paladin tank? This is like, there's a reason why only paladin can get this. This spell is screaming at you to be the frontliner. This is on a failed save, must succeed. Or sorry, must succeed on this Wisdom saving throw. It's not tied into being charmed or frightened. On a failed save, hang on. The creature is drawn to you, compelled by your divine demand. For the duration, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you, and it must make a Wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move to a space that is more than 30 feet away from you. If it succeeds on the saving throw, this spell doesn't restrict the target's movement for that turn. This is like, okay, yes, you have to keep constantly fighting this character, but like, whoa, whoa, this spell is really good. You want a frontline paladin? That's the way that you do it. Um, Create or Destroy Water has some really funny like implications to it, um, because I think they had to actually wind up making a ruling about this spell because Create Water can be used to completely cheese a fire elemental. So, yeah. What was it? And Create or Destroy 30. No, wait. Okay, so it was Create or Destroy Water. There's another water. Um, God dang, there's another water spell that you can one shot anything with that water susceptibility feature. Yeah, I don't think it's Cure Wounds. Cure Wounds is okay. Is it the best as in always the most fun? Probably not. But we all know that if this is archetype defining, if you're gonna be a healer, like you gotta figure out a way to get Cure Wounds. It has to be there. Oh well, I mean, Tidal Wave can one shot a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff. Um, Create or Destroy Water can also, I think, one shot a water weird, if I'm remembering that right. Um, Compel Duel would be great if it wasn't concentration. Um, yes, I still think that it's pretty fine. The way that if I was to be like, okay, Compel Duel would be like, let's make Compel Duel the Paladin like taunt mechanic is to give Paladin proficiency in Constitution saves instead of Charisma or instead of Wisdom. Um, just double checking myself because I always feel like I say some dumb stuff. Yeah, if I was to make a change there, it would be to give them Constitution saves instead of Charisma or instead of Wisdom. Wow. Um, eh, that way, it would help out Compelled Duel. Um, I don't really get why they've got Wisdom as their saving throw here because it's not their spellcasting ability. It's a kind of bad save for Paladin to get, in a way. You know, Wisdom saves are always nice, but like, oh man, it would just be really great if Paladin got Constitution saving throws there in place of Wisdom. But Paladin's already. I don't think anyone's complaining about the power level of Paladin. Um, Detect Magic, yeah. Dissonant Whispers is pretty fun. Um, Fairy Fire. Entangle's not bad, but like, Fairy Fire is so good. I think I talked about this one, didn't I? I don't know. Maybe it might be fun to do like a first level spells video at some point. Um, Fairy Fire. If you want to go as like a debuff kind of a play style, Fairy Fire is so solid at being a support. Oh man. And you can get it as a Bard, Druid, Light Domain Cleric, Arcfey Warlock, Artificer, and Twilight Domain Cleric. Like, just this spell is great. Just stay in the back line, cast this, just laugh as everybody else is stuck in this dance party. It's so funny. Control Water. You may be correct on that. I think it might be Control Water. I was discussing this idea with friends on Discord, but I highly enjoy the idea of a really short tiefling character, like an impling, like it could be like a tiefling subclass, the imp like base tieflings. Concentration feels so limiting. I think that concentration being on compelled duel makes zero sense. I would not put concentration on compelled duel. I'm trying to think of why they would be putting concentration on there. Because like I don't know, design wise, why would you do that? Um, some people keep saying False Life is just really, really great. I'm not sure. 1d4 plus 4 temporary hit points for a first level spell slot feels okay, but like, there's some classes that just get a second or third level feature that just does that, and it's like no resource cost. Like, hell, I'd even feel comfortable making 1d4 temporary hit points a flare, you know? Um, like, I think that that could be kind of nice as a, like, for the next round, that creature has 1d4 temporary hit points, and then it scales up with you. In fact, that's a flare. Okay. What do we call this? Bolstering something. Bolero. I don't know. Well, I'll get to it. Um, as a, and I don't want this to be an action. It doesn't need to be an action. That's a very minor effect. You give him temporary hit points. Um, what can be cool? Ooh, ooh. Speaking. Yes, Ethan. Hey, thank you so much about that, man. I really appreciate all your support. Oh, by the way, message me over on Discord. I've got a question for you. Um, if you're over there, I'm not sure. Wait, let me see. Yeah, I just want to make sure if yeah, if you don't mind putting your preferred pronouns in chat, that I just didn't want to like make you feel uncomfortable or anything. Um, but bolstering Valero. So my thought would be, um, my thought would be that giving out these temporary hit points, if it's just 1d4, I don't mind giving that out to multiple creatures in a certain area. And you being able to do that, like, okay, um, you being able to do bolstering Valero and give out temporary hit points in to multiple creatures in the area, right? Um, it doesn't need to be an action. I think it should be. I like. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, well, and YouTube's actually pretty quick about any kind of name change stuff. So, uh, yeah, it's weird. They still haven't updated my hyperlink. It's like I think that they're still using the hyperlink that I had from my first year in college. So, if you've ever seen that, like, you go to my YouTube homepage and it says NSU Guitar 919, that was my that was my like email address or something. I can't remember that I got whenever I went to like Northeastern State University. So yeah, Indestructible Boy is the working hyperlink, but YouTube's pretty quick about updating that, and it does display properly in chat. So, um, yes, heard. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it in mind. Um, Apologies for being off topic, but have you discussed how absurd and abusable the shape element cantrips are? At least water and earth. Oh, mold earth, you mean? Mold earth is so good. Um, oh, this. Hang on. Hit points. Probably needs to be a d6. Or it might be able to possibly be a d4 plus Chama? I don't know, something like that. Okay, yes, this is so worth it to talk about this on a, wait. Okay, everyone knows how good Fun Familiar is, and then I want to get over and talk about Mold Earth. Because I haven't done a talk about this cantrip on my channel yet, and I want to so bad. So bad. Oh yes, that was the question. Yeah, I didn't know if you'd messaged me or not, but yeah, yeah, just any, yeah, it's all good. Um, Shape water are both pretty insane. Yeah. Okay, Goodberry. Look, this is a spell that needs to require the material component be consumed. A sprig of mistletoe. This needs to be eaten by the spell. Zebashu did a video on this. I run a very survival heavy campaign. Goodberry breaks survival D&D. This spell needs to consume the freaking material component so bad. Guiding Bolt, holy crap, what an amazing first level spell. Oh my god. Any of you thinking about playing Cleric, just put this on your spell list. Just do it. Do it right now. Like, good lord, Guiding Bolt is so freaking good. Uh, it's like one of the highest potential damaging spells in the game. I think only second to Inflict Wounds, and I think there's one other spell that does slightly more damage than Guiding Bolt at first level. Hex, this defines Warlock playstyle, Hellish Rebuke, really great reaction if you don't have shield. So like if the creature damages you, you can use your reaction to immediately deal 2d10 fire damage to them. Not a whole lot of arcane casters are going to have early reactions, so like getting this with Tiefling is actually pretty damn good. It's a nice spell to have, especially to get it once a day for free. Yeah, Tiefling is actually like Tiefling. I should have probably given a little bit more credit because they get Hellish Rebuke. Like, hang on. Oh my god, I'm always freaking double guessing myself here. It is Hellish Rebuke, right? Not something else. No, I'm getting confused because Tiefling has like 8 sub races now. Hellish Rebuke, right? As a second level spell. Oh man, and then they get Darkness. Okay, that's right. Yeah, that's actually a really solid reaction. Now, if you get, counter spell or shield, that's, those are probably better ways to use your reaction, but like, man, Hellish Rebuke is not bad, especially as a second level spell. 3d10 fire damage once per day. That's pretty solid. I can see why a lot of people like Tiefling. Heroism, pretty great. Hideous Laughter, not bad. Bad on Warlock. Hunter's Mark. Ice Knife. Nobody talks about this spell. It's hilarious and amazing. I love Ice Knife. You create a shard of ice and fling it at one creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the creature. On a hit, the target takes 1d10 piercing damage. Hit or miss. The shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage. This spell is hilarious. I love it. You literally throw an exploding shard of ice at somebody. This is such a beautiful, beautiful spell. I love Ice Knife. Identify. I don't think that this is a bad spell necessarily. I just have a problem with a lot of the foretelling spells that like it seems like it takes some of the role play out of the game. I want players to be investigating some of this stuff, and I don't really have a huge problem with Identify, because honestly, not too many people really take it unless it's like given to you in your subclass, like Knowledge Domain and Forge Domain, getting it. And I will say, even knowing how good this spell was, I barely used it whenever I was playing Sir Hammond. So, yeah. I don't know. Identifies in an odd spot. Inflict Wounds. Highest potential damage. I believe I've got that right. Highest potential damage that you can do with a first level spell in the game. Mage Armor is super solid. Magic Missile is remarkably solid. Oh yeah, did you guys know that at one time in D&D Next in the playtest, Magic Missile was a cantrip and it did 1 bolt? So basically the same, like probably most popular homebrew cantrip ever was actually a thing at one point. I just thought that was interesting. Identify completely depends on the DM. Some DMs just instantly give you the magic item info, so it renders it a bit useless. Yes, 100% agreed. DMs be very, very, I don't want to say stingy, pace out the way that you give players information. Make your magic items feel a little bit more mysterious, and your players are gonna appreciate it so much more. Took the time to make a short tiefling PC. He was the result of a halfling couple that were tricked by an. Oh, that's. Oh man, that's hilarious. Well, it was silly. Um, I is it bad that it was just insta damage as a like insta no save no attack roll damage? Um, it's reliable, but also the way to think about it is that the cantrips didn't scale. So they were all minor spells, which minor spells, depending on your, oh god, it was a whole thing. Um, Minor spells were just what cantrips that we know as them today were in the initial playtest packet. And minor spells didn't actually level up with you in the same way that cantrips do. So like minor spells, if you're looking at Magic Missile as a cantrip that only ever deals 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier force damage, then it's just like, wow, why would I ever want to use this? But as soon as it starts scaling up, woo, woo, man. No, I don't believe so. Magic Missile is pretty signature to arcane spellcasting. Sanctuary, very, very good first level spell. Shield, whoa, oh my god, such a good spell. Shield is just this. This might actually give you a bit too much AC for fifth edition play. It's a really good spell. Shield of Faith, also very, very good. Solid for the next 10 minutes, requiring your concentration. The target gets a +2 bonus to AC. Super solid. Um, Sleep. Sleep is just hilariously good. Um, Probably one of the best control spells early on, aside from. Um, it might even be like in some situations, sleep is going to be better to cast than command. I'll say that. Um, shield is shield is like I need to hit an oh shit button in order to be as beefy as the paladin for one round. Shield is I think shield is intentionally designed to be a little bit stronger than it really should be. Yeah. Tasha's Caustic Brew looks interesting. That's about all I can really say on that. It's a new spell in Tasha's. It's just a stream of acid, 30 feet long, 5 feet wide. It's kind of bland. It just does continuous burning acid damage unless it uses its action, right? Yeah, to scrape it off. Yeah, I don't know why this requires your concentration. It just feels kind of blah. It's not my favorite spell. Um, Tensors is pretty funny. All the smites are going to be pretty damn good. Zephyr Strike. Um, so they made this because I think that they wanted to figure out how to write a ranger feature that wasn't a ranger feature. And Zephyr Strike, I would say that most rangers need to take this spell. Like I said, midliners, what you want are really, really good disengagement tools. You want to be able to pop in and pop out. If you're playing a ranged ranger, don't worry about this one. If you're going strength or melee focused ranger, this needs to be an instant grab. Zephyr Strike, concentration, one bonus action. You move like the wind until the spell ends. Your movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. That allows you to pop in and pop out. Easy. On top of that, once before the spell ends, you can give yourself advantage on one weapon attack on your turn. That attack deals an extra 1d8 force damage on a hit. Whether you hit or miss, your walking speed increases by 30 feet until the end of that turn. That is such a good spell. I don't hear anybody talking about Zephyr Strike. Maybe for the fact that it requires your concentration. Maybe that competes with Hunter's Mark, But I look at Zephyr Strike, And a lot of people were complaining about, like, oh, you can't cast Hunter's Mark without your concentration anymore, and they hated Favorite Foe. Um, Favorite Foe, like, it still doesn't really work with what you can do with Favorite Foe, right? Is that you can do Zephyr Strike, go in and do all this stuff, and then if you want to keep Favorite Foe up, then like totally do it. If not, then like forget about it. But the options here, and it doesn't cost you anything to do it. I think that Favorite Foe is like just a really solid feature. Yeah, yeah. Missile Fireball. Yes, Magic Missile, Fireball, and Lightning Bolt, the Holy Trinity of classic wizard spells. The Arcane Trinity, we'll call it. Do you think it was okay that Wizards of the Coast removed shield off of the Armorer's spell list? Yes, because they did the same thing to Forge Domain Cleric for a very good reason. Um, the the reason being, let's go over, and then I'll get back on the dancer. Um, Forge Domain Cleric. I'm trying to remember if it was Identify or Searing Smite, but they had Shield as one of their first level spells. And what they figured out in playtest was that it completely broke bounded accuracy. Completely broke bounded accuracy. There are still other ways for you to go and pick up shield. I totally understand that. But that requires level or feat investment. This, just giving it to you as a Forge Domain feature, was like a little. Oh, God. Like, that was hard to justify. Um, so, shield being taken off of. Like, shield is the kind of spell that if you give it onto a class that has an innate, like, +1 bonus to AC, +2 bonus to AC, something like that, it can get to be a little insane. Like, you just won't get hit with attack rolls. Period. Period. Um, and yeah, Forged Domain Cleric was way out of line whenever it got shield. So they are very hesitant to throw shield onto any subclass that gets a boost to its natural armor class. Or, you know what I mean? A nice little bump to its armor class. I really like how Pathfinder 2e does shield. It's a cantrip, but you have to cast it on your turn to get access to the reaction. Ooh! Ooh! So it's like you have to ready it. Of course, they don't have bounded accuracy. You know, I think shield would be a lot more in line if you had to cast it during your turn, and then that let you, like, before the end of your next turn, you can pop the shield. I do think that shield needs to have a little bit of prep. It's so freaking good. God. Um, Plus, I think I would like that. I mean, yes, it is a very nice use of your reaction, but it's like objectively the best use of your reaction. Expect when you are a Blade Singer, already have a high AC as a Paladin. Well, yeah. There are a lot of super good first level spells, and sometimes I would say that lots of them feel better than second level spells. It's very easy to make that argument. A lot of the second level spells are a little bit underwhelming. Um, and they feel like what should just be first level spells, honestly. Darkness. Darkness. I'm trying to figure out why that's a second level spell. You know, that would be such a cool first level spell. Oh my god, you're thinking about the environment so much more if you're casting darkness like that, you know? Oh, that is such a cool idea. Just make darkness a first level spell. Please, Wizards. Next edition of D&D, keep it the same, just make it a first level spell. I think you're going to find people love it. Love it. They're going to use it a lot more. Um, my backup armor has an AC of 22. Yeah. Yeah. Effectively, it's pretty impossible to hit anything that has. What is it? Like, is it like a 28 or above? I think there's. What's the holy number? I think it's like 26, 27, or 28. But once you hit that armor class, it's like ridiculously hard for nearly anything in the monster manual to hit you with an attack roll. Um, but like Blade Singer, I was gone for a sec, so yeah, I might have missed you. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I mean, you can get shield as a Blade Singer, and I mean, it's gonna work out just fine for you. Uh, maybe part of the reason why, maybe part of the reason why Like their 10th level feature is just so blah. Ah, man. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to get into a big tangent on Blade Singer. Hmm. Okay. Got about 30 minutes left, and then it'll have been a 4 hour long stream. Um, what's going on? Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Heavy just texted me something super cool. And wait, are you online right now, Heavy? Dude, if you're watching stream, I would. Oh my god, that is so sick nasty. Um, so Heavy's showing me previews of the um, Heavy's designing his own gunslinger class, and he's showing me some previews of the artwork. Um, I just didn't want to show anything he doesn't want shown on stream. God, that's sick nasty. Okay. Let me. So I got that up. Okay, so the idea was bolstering Bolero. Um. Okay. Oh. So temporary hit points that you can do is this kind of a spin thing, right? Um. What is reasonable? Hmm. Have at it. Wait, what? Um. Wait, are you listening on stream? I didn't know if you were or not. Uh, um, Let me ask him. The artwork so far. Let me ask him because he's in the middle of a commission on. I think I don't know if you're on stream or not, Heavy. I don't know. Did you actually get the? Wasn't he the Diablo concept artist? Because good lord, this looks so sick. I want to show it so bad. Oh, interesting question. What's my favorite homebrew or unearthed arcana that I think deserves more attention? Hmm. 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 That's okay. Um. Like, man, I think that Ross's Odic is a is an example of like really how far we can push the limits of this system. Um, Now, like, and I allow players to play it and everything if they really want to. Um, it is a very, very cool type of a character concept. And if you're going for that Blood Mage kind of a vibe, um, let me load it up first. I don't know. You were live. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, dude, I would love to show stream that because this is such a cool piece of artwork. I love this gunslinger he got. Um, so I like Ross's Odic a whole lot. It feels like a the Odic. I'll type it in chat. Um, the Odic is a kind of like tattoo shamanistic feeling kind of a blood mage in a way. Um, and we were doing a homebrew review on it where Ross was kind of walking me through it. But we had like a 3 hour interview, and my computer at the time was not super capable of handling that much information on Adobe Premiere, and the file wound up getting corrupted, and I lost a lot of the footage, which really sucked because we went through and built a character using the Odic, and I like the class. Um, I think that what it is a very good example of how we can experiment with this. Um, didn't see it last time. Oh, that's because Ross is remastering it right now. Um, Ross is remastering it along with all the other stuff that he's put out there. Um, so kind of like what I did with the Merchant. Ross is doing a overall just kind of like okay, this has been out there, it's made me some cash. I am just wanting to get it into a little bit better state. So he is doing some remasters on that, and I think the Odic is close to being done. Um, his sculptor is also really cool. His sculptor is just like you make living weapons, and it's a very cool concept. Um, Now, what other ones? I do like the Astrologer by Kame, or Kame. Um, what were some other classes that I've seen that I was just like, oh man, what is happening? Like, awesome. Um, you know, oh, got it, got it. Um, I was trying to think of something that wasn't just by a bigger publisher. But hey, what's up, Heavy? Yeah, are you cool with me showing that artwork off? Cause like, oh, my dude, that is so sick. By the way, when are you? What date are you? Or not date necessarily? How far do you think out is your gunslinger? Um, that was actually going to promote um, the Warden by Mage Hand Press. Um, that is one that I unfortunately found after I was done playing Sir Hammond. I would have multi-classed into that very, very easily. That is like such a good tank. So cool. Oh, man. Yeah, go check that out. Warden by Mage Hand Press. Um, of course, I'll pull it back. The whole thing is probably too big for Discord, though. Oh, is it like a massive file size? Magic, but not. As someone who's into magic, but not the whole chosen one slash scholarly wizard vibe, it sounds really cool. Yeah, it's a more secular kind of. It's still mystical, but it's more like how do I put it? Um, if you're really into like Norse shamanism, like you've checked out like the research on like Norse tattoos and everything, it's pretty sick. It's gonna hit all those right notes, and yeah, just it's pretty interesting. Um, I think another piece of homebrew that doesn't get enough love is probably the School of Geometry by Imogen Gingell. It can be a little bit hard to understand what that one's doing, but it's probably the strongest subclass I've ever seen. Not strong as in like overpowered or anything like that. Strong as in like the mechanics behind it are so unique, very flavorful, and I man, I just fell in love with that subclass. I did a video review of it over here. Imogen Gingell is a rocket scientist over in the United Kingdom. She very clearly brought a lot of that like engineering expertise into making that subclass work because you design a whole like map that you like. If you know the sphere grid from Final Fantasy, it kind of looks a little bit like that. Each of your spells represents a node, and you can exchange certain things depending on how you construct this map. It is so super cool. Really dig that whole subclass. But yeah, I one that I would be most super stoked to play would probably be the Warden, just because I love tanking in games. Just throw everything at me, you know. um, and favorite subclass I've seen has probably got to be, I think, the School of Geometry by Imogen. That was really cool. I'm about to play. I was kind of waiting to see if Heavy sent me the link. Oh yeah, fine. Oh man. Oh yeah, it's all good. Just let me see. Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to upload it or shoot me a link. It's whatever. I'm about to play a Spiritualist by Benjamin Huffman in the Curse of Strahd game. Very intrigued about seeing it play. I am too. Let me know about any feedback because I've just had so much on my plate. I haven't been able to get at the Spiritualist review. But I was also kind of wanting to give some other home brewers a little bit more of a showcase on the channel. Because I've shown Mage Hand Press. I talk with Ross on here all the time. I've shown and talked about a lot of Benjamin's work. Um, I said Machamp Press, Ross, Benjamin, right? Oh, and then I've talked with Kibbles on a live stream here before, um, but I was wanting to give some other, um, I was wanting to give some other creators a little bit more like, yeah, cool, check this out. So I've got, like I said, I'm doing a kind of, I say review. I'm just doing a look at Kane's astrologer. So it's a pretty interesting spellcaster, gotta say. Oh, 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 do we got it? Oh, my dude. All right, hang on. How do I? All right, can I? Bam. Holy crap, man. This artwork is ridiculous. Dude, like, okay, so this is the artwork that Heavy commissioned. Who's the artist, by the way? You mind leaving their name in chat? Because, whoa, this is such a sick piece. I mean, like, the level of detail going on here. And this isn't the final render, right? Of, like, this character in particular. Because he's doing four more for you, I think. Like, in just this picture. Holy crap, man. I love how much, like, character this idea gets across, right? Like, this is such a great example of a showpiece in a supplement. I don't know I don't know what you paid the artist here. They've already shown to be worth it. Like, god damn, this is sick. Um, oh, man, what can I say? Like, it's rare that you really see that much detail put into like homebrew content. You know, um, man, this is just nasty. Oh, well, elf lady looking at me like that make me feel things. What was the comment you were getting over into your Discord, Heavy? That like elf lady step on me please or something. Yeah, that is some awesome. And there's so much like attitude in there, right? Because like it was funny. I don't know what it was. I think it was just some of our conversations, Heavy. I got a kick to play Red Dead Redemption 2 again, and started just playing, like messing around with, you know, playing a gunslinger in a video game. And then I'm like, man, yeah, there's just so much here that just, yeah, I don't know that you get out of a fighter subclass, you know? Yeah, I've heard Step on Me as feedback so many times. Mm, yeah, that, I'm like, dude, that's just a sick piece, man. Oh, you gotta be so happy with that. And like, how long was the turnaround on that one character? Because, I mean, if it's gonna take that, because I remember some of the previews you were showing me, so I'm thinking if it took about that long to get the render out, right? Then this is probably gonna be out in, I would guess probably late April, maybe late April, early May. I don't know. I'm just thinking about projected timeline for art, but yeah, sick, sick, nasty. But yeah, that's going to be in the Gunslinger by Heavy Arms. So go check that out as soon as that's done. Are you posting any progress stuff over on your Twitter or anything, Heavy? Resting elf face. Let's take a look. I need to remember. So, okay, few last design bits. I think I got another 15 minutes. Oh, by the way, if you guys have any questions, uh, there's been a lot of fun talks about just like DMing stuff and whatever in the chat. So yeah, if you got any questions, feel free to let me know. Quite a while, a lot of time was spent early on getting the posses down. Oh, poses down. Okay. The render of this character took probably 6 weeks, but that's with long delays. Okay. So, God, you think June? I mean, I I tend to find that with like the custom artwork like that. Well, okay, yes, that is a very very high quality piece. Who is um who is the artist on that one again? Remind me, because they did a lot of like Diablo. Was it art or fan art or concept art? I mean, it looks like concept art. That's the thing. Like, holy crap, what a piece. Uh, dish out creatures within 5 feet. Because I'm thinking that's going to be the way to go with this bolstering Valera. Um, 4, okay, 2.5 times 4 is going to be 10 plus your charisma mod, so 15 that you can do as an action at leader levels. There's already ways that you can do that in D&D. Um, okay, so thinking about a temporary hit point thing, it can be no better. Like, it can't be any stronger than Artillerist Artificer's Eldritch Cannon. Because oh, wait, what? That, oh god, I thought it was only one. It's even more busted than I remember. Okay, so this is the new method in which we're determining, or at least, I don't know. I know that if I'm trying to design something and I'm like, all right, what can I use as a reference to determine how many temporary hit points I can dish out? The Protector Cannon, right here, for Artillerist Artificer, as long as it's no more insane than this, and I feel pretty good. Pretty good. You can do this as a bonus action, right? Uh, right. Each of your turns, you can take a bonus action to cause a cannon to activate. Right, okay. So, this is on each of your turns. As long as you have the Eldritch Cannon, you can take a bonus action to do this thing. And remember, this is like while you're within 60 feet of it, this can be to each creature of your choice within 10 feet of the cannon. Gains temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus your intelligence modifier. What the ever loving. Oh my god. This is so many temporary hit points. Um, Now, how long do these last? It's just, it has them, right? Okay. You can dismiss it early as an action. Okay. So, this protector thing, right? This is, I think, the new precedent that we can look at for dishing out temporary hit points. Because, holy crap, holy ever fucking loving shit is this remarkably good. Whenever I keep telling you guys that, like, no, for real, all the artificer subclasses are up there in S, if not a little bit above that. Like, they might all actually be a reason for me to make an S plus or an SS or whatever in this system. Um, Artillerist gets a remarkably good feature here out of their Eldritch Cannon. You being able to just take a bonus action to straight up do this Protector Beam thing is so freaking scary good. It's ridiculous. The damage output that they get is overall also really intense, but like this protector thing is nuts, nuts, nuts. So I'm pretty okay with you being able to do that as an action. I don't mind that because that's each creature of your choice in a much larger area. This is going to have to be centered on you, so you're going to have to get into the middle of that. Your charisma modifier And people are going to be kind of expecting that anyways out of this dancer. Um, Dish out temporary hit points. 1d8 plus your charisma modifier to creatures within 5 feet. Okay. Um, I need to word that in a specific way. Does it need to get better as you level up? I think that... Oh, what'd you send me? Oh, also, yeah, the canvas is enormous. Oh, yeah, no, heavy. I don't know if you're still in stream or not, but yeah, that piece is like... I'd be 100% fine with printing that as is. That is so damn good. Oh, super slick. Um, okay. So, bolstering Bolero is going to be an action. And we can get a little bit... oh, where'd we go? We can get a little bit spicy with it. To where, looking at Artillerist... Oh, let's do that. Looking at Artillerist, that gets stronger with you, right? Cannon's damage rolls all increased by 1d8. Is that just the damage rolls? I think that's just the damage rolls. Okay. Hey Taryn, on my new PC I made, I have 3 levels in Mastermind Rogue to use the health action as a bonus action. Should I still take Hex? Yes. Even, if so, should I get a different roguish archetype? No, because Hex is going to take 1 bonus action, and that means that on your following turns while you're maintaining Hex, you can use health as a bonus action. So it's still really good. It's not competing with your concentration. Um, Really, the worst kind of spell that's going to compete with Hex is going to be something like Hunter's Mark, where Hunter's Mark requires your bonus action and your concentration. So it's just a very incompatible kind of a click there. But Hex only requires that first, bam, bonus action. So that's your turn 1. You set up your Hex, do that, and then on all your following turns, if you're a Warlock, you don't really have a whole lot of stuff you can do with your bonus action. So that's why, like, Fathomless getting that tentacle that they can use on their bonus action is really, really damn good. You as a rogue, going over and snagging Uncanny Dodge, getting help as a bonus action, that's all going to be a lot more crap that you can do with your bonus action that, like, you couldn't have done with the Warlock. So it's actually a really good pairing. I think that that's a pretty solid concept. 2 in Fiend Warlock. Yeah, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. What if I had Maddening Hex Invocation as well? I'll take a look at it. I've been thinking about Mold Earth a little bit more. Couldn't the entire French yeah. Oh crap! Did I not talk about it? I need to make a video on Mold Earth. Mold Earth is insane. I love that cantrip so much. It is. Mold Earth is so crazy what that can do in a game. I think out of all the cantrips, it has the highest potential for, like, usage. Just general fucking all-around usage. Prestidigitation is nice for little quick flashy social interactions, right? Mold Earth actually has a ton of utility. That spell is one that I look at constantly and think, how the hell is this a cantrip? It is so, so good. You can quite literally just dig out, like, I don't know, are there a bunch of guys that are, like, barricading themselves inside a house? Okay, cool. Mold Earth, dig up the foundation from underneath the house. Takes you about 5 minutes. Sure, just do it. And then their house falls down. Like, here's the kind of craziness you can get up to with Mold Earth. Wizard Tower. What happens whenever you dig out the entire foundation of the Wizard Tower? Does the tower just fall over? Like, that's what I mean. Mold Earth is like, there's so much crap you can do with that spell. I love Mold Earth. But I'm also of the opinion that Mold Earth is, like, they made it a cantrip because if they would make it a first level spell, people would think that it was just terrible, when in reality, it's still actually really good. Um, there's also a spell called Maximilian's Earthen Grasp that, to me, seems like an early version of what they wanted Mold Earth to be. Um, Mold Earth is basically the Minecraft the cantrip, is the way to think about it. Um, Earthen Grasp. Because I used this spell actually with Adrianeth in the game that we played with AJ. Maximilian's Earthen Grasp. This spell is, I mean, wow. Wow, this spell is good. You choose a 5 foot square, unoccupied space in the ground that you can see within range. A medium hand made from compacted soil rises there, and reaches out for one creature you can see within 5 feet of it. The target must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, the target takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage and is restrained for the spell's duration. As an action, you can cause the hand to crush a restrained target, who must make a strength saving throw, takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save, but either way, it's still restrained, and the target has to use its action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. Like, damn, this spell is really good. Does it seem like not a super strong target? Because, like, this happens, right? Spellcasters. Use Maximilian's Earthen Grasp against spellcasters. And Jesus, man, this spell is so freaking good as a second level spell. Love Maximilian's Earthen Grasp. Alright, Sincan. Wizard's Tower, they probably got it warded to hold off in case of dumb Frank. And that's fair. That's fair. I think that's me as a DM. That's an oh shit explanation I would make to make sure that they don't just collapse the session before they even walk through the front door. um, I've seen a druid use mold earth to drop a vampire into a sewer and cause falling damage. Yeah. Like, it's just it's such a good zoning tool. All right. Like, I don't think that people value this spell enough. I just don't. I've heard some people say that Mold Earth like is really good. This is, in my opinion, a contender for very possibly the best cantrip in the game. Prestidigitation is still like you gotta respect it. Sure, whatever. Mold Earth is this has the potential to do so much stuff. I just love this spell. Is it better than okay? Hold up. Mold Earth may be the best spell if you don't have access to Eldritch Blast, right? Okay. So, Mold Earth. Casting time in one action. You choose a portion of dirt or stone that you can see within range and that fits within a 5-foot cube. You manipulate it in one of the following ways. If you target an area of loose earth, you can instantaneously excavate it, move it along the ground, and deposit it up to 5 feet away. This movement doesn't have enough force to cause damage. You cause shapes, colors, or both to appear in the dirt or stone, spelling out words, creating images, or shaping patterns. The changes last for 1 hour. If the dirt or stone you target is on the ground, you can cause it to become difficult terrain. Alternatively, you can cause the ground to become normal terrain if it is already difficult terrain, and this change lasts for 1 hour. If you cast the spell multiple times, you can have no more than 2 of its non-instantaneous effects active at the same time, and you can dismiss such effect as an action. If you just had like a 10-foot cube of, well, I guess it's 2 5-foot cubes of dirt or stone excavated from underneath your house, that is bad news bears for your house. That's a lot of weight suddenly getting put onto a corner that has no support. Like, I have a hard time thinking that a tall wizard's tower that isn't warded against, arcane assholes, then, like, yes, I would have a hard time justifying as a DM that thing would stay up and standing, I think that this is a really good siege mechanic kind of a thing. I love this cantrip so much. It doesn't need to get better at higher levels. This is going to be relevant at all levels of play. What are people in the comments saying? Creating difficult terrain is a non-instantaneous effect. Thanks, John. I don't know. See, like, yes, it won't cause damage to the enemy. 5 foot hole under the enemy will fall inside with some consequences. Yeah, this, it wouldn't cause any damage, but like being able to remove, like, let's say they're on a land bridge. You know how good Mold Earth is in that situation? Oh, like, man, you fall 5 feet, that's gonna hurt. Like, you might not break a bone, you might, but like, most likely, you're probably gonna be okay. But holy crap, it's not gonna feel super great. Mm. Woo, okay. That was Mold Earth. Let's talk about the dancer. Okay, last final thoughts. If anybody's got any questions on it, let me know. I I'm trying to think of, like I said, flares are going to be the big thing I work on with it this week. I've also got just real life stuff I need to kind of get on top of. So the dancer, I maybe doing another live stream next Sunday or Saturday. It just kind of depends. Um, the dancer, when do I think this might be ready? It's probably still a ways off. Um, I'm hoping that it would be out in quarter 2, but I don't know for sure that I can make that a realistic thing. But that's what I'm aiming for, is to hopefully get this out like maybe at the very beginning of summer. Um, it'd be sick to be able to get it out at the same time as Heavy's Gunslinger. Is there any possible way to add the Carlton to the dancer? Um, Maybe as like the creatures laugh hysterically as per Tasha's hideous laughter? I mean, what might be more effective is to make a not straight up call it the Carlton, but Moonwalk is so signature, right? Like there is no way for me to get around calling it that. But for me to add the Carlton, it's like, oh wait, actually, I think you can already. Um, yeah, so it's basically what I think Irresistible would be. I need to rename this because this is basically Otto's Irresistible Dance. Prerequisite of 9th level. So, if you've ever seen the Otto's Irresistible Dance spell, um, this is a weaker version of that. You can perform the dance only if you have not moved or performed a flare since the start of your turn. Performing this dance requires your action and all of your movement to dance without leaving your space. You can then choose one creature that you can see within 30 feet of you and force it to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the creature must use all its movement to dance without leaving its space, and it has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws and attack roll. So this is me just repurposing that spell as a flare. Now, the hard thing to do with this one was, I was thinking what makes Otto's Irresistible Dance so good is that you can cast that and then leave it. This would require that you maintain it. So that's kind of my justification, in that you can cause another creature to be affected by Otto's Irresistible Dance, but you can't move. Like, you have to be able to stay in your place and use your action to maintain this. So I think that that's kind of fair. Um, and I think with that, like, this is the kind of goofy, like, tap dancing whatever thing that you could, like, reflavor to be kind of like a Carlton in a way. Um, how would you flavor the Macarena as a in D&D? What would that do? Undermountain Shake. um, a separate hype man class. Dude, the dancer is gonna be all about hype. Um, yeah, it is like this is going to be the D&D hype man. Bard is still a little bit like, uh, I don't know that Bard really scratched the support class kind of an itch that I'm trying to scratch with the dancer. Plus, I was going for a very specific kind of a support with this. The Undermountain Shake. Alright, you know what? Wait, Undermountain. Is Is that a Forgotten Realms thing? Because I don't know if I can publish with the OGL if I mean, are they really like as okay? I need to figure out something better to do about Square Dance. That's yeah. Um, is this being published under FCP? If so, you can. No, I can't. Okay, so you tell me because I'm gonna publish this on my website, but it's going to be available as like pay what you want in the same way that they do with the DMs Guild. So you can donate, or you can pay zero. Is that OGL or is it FCP? Do you know, Heavy? Because if it has to be FCP and and I have to take donations for it, then like I may I may just publish with the OGL and I might have to just sacrifice the Forgotten Realms memes. Yeah, the dancer is a finesse weapon. That's correct. Actually, oh wait, you know what I didn't show you guys was the choreo of blades that is very nearly done. Um, yeah, let me show you guys this. Hang on, bam. Okay, so the choreo of blades. Think pay what you want still counts as a paywall. Does it if pay what you want is still just $0 though? They need to really figure out the legalese on that because that could lead to some pretty not fun exchanges. Same as Patreon stuff behind tiers. Really? Okay, I'll take a look at it. If not, then like I'll sacrifice the Forgotten Realms names to make sure that like I can host it on my website and there's not going to be a big hiccup. Um, but Dancer Choreo. So, instruments of destruction. You have proficiency with medium armor, simple weapons, and martial weapons that lack the heavy property. Fighting style. You adopt a style of fighting as your specialty, and this is the only thing that they're getting at third level. Um, you adopt a fighting style as your specialty. Choose one of the following options. It's basically just sword bard right there for that fighting style. Saber dance. You can use this is a flare. So remember that on top of you being able to do this, while you're performing this action, you're under the benefits of the disengage action. So you can use an action to make a melee weapon attack and then move. If you roll a 19 or 20 on the attack roll, you can make one additional attack as a part of this action. You can use this flare as a reaction to a creature missing you with a melee attack. So there's a lot of stuff happening in that. And it may, oh, that's right. So I also took that last part from the 6th level feature. So I'm trying to come up with something to replace the 6th level feature. Follow my lead. We talked about step up earlier, where you give another creature an action and then movement. So follow my lead. Whenever you use your step up feature, you can use your Saber Dance Flare as a bonus action. So kind of easy to write these martial subclasses. Like, yeah. Um, and then further, whenever you hit a creature with an attack made with your Saber Dance, the next attack roll made against the creature after your turn has advantage. So you can, it's like allowing enemies or allowing allies to follow up after you do it. So, bam, you do that, the next attack roll has advantage. Now, the problem with this is that it's just a martial dancer, right? I don't know that I really got the like the blade dancer kind of a narrative totally across, you know. So these are all just kind of mechanics. They're not necessarily evoking a narrative, you know. Um, so that might be something that I try to do with the 6th level stuff. Um, Something I need to edit a little bit in there, but it's very easy to just kind of make these martial subclasses like that. Actually, wait, you use proficiency with medium armor. If okay, wait, I want to know what bard, because if I didn't give them light armor proficiency, that was the only way I could justify that they would disengage as a flare. Saber dance and then move is a little weird. Is it mechanical? That's actually a good point. Um, you can use an action to. Uh, so the idea was that you want to be able to move after making the weapon attack because you don't want to be able to provoke an opportunity attack from that creature. So, like, figuring out where to place that is a little odd, you know. Um, you being able to move immediately after the action is like, okay, then when does that movement end, right? When am I using the movement part of my turn? So I think that that is some wordage that would need to get changed. Um, I do think that you can use your action to make a melee weapon attack, and like you can already do that. So if you roll a 19, you can make an additional attack as a part of this action. Um, Now, you can make a melee weapon attack, then move. I mean, that would allow you to disengage, but like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't know. I don't know why I don't like that. This might be against your idea, but it would be like an animated blade that dances with you, possibly adding flavor and reach mechanic. Um, you know? Wait, what is the stat block for an animated sword? Because that's actually like I'm always hesitant to just throw out companion classes out there, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Animated armor, animated knife, flying dagger, flying sword. It's only a challenge rating of a quarter. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah. Um, and then if you roll another 19 or 20, you get to roll another a third one. So I am trying to figure that out. I think that it's kind of cool that you could kind of explode the attack like that, right? Like you can just keep continuously like, and that feels like okay, it's rewarding you for like the sudden openness and the opportunity, I guess. Narratively, I do like what that can do, um, and it's a 10% chance that you can keep doing that. Now, I don't mind so much the 10% chance that it could keep going, because that's very unlikely that you're going to be able to do that more than once or twice. It does happen, like I've seen this happen, but God, that's super rare. And whenever it does happen, cool, let it happen. I I just don't really usually see a problem with that. Um, yeah, 19 or 20, 10% chance that you do this, bam, it happens, and then a 1% chance. Is that right? 10%. So it's a 1% chance that you would ever roll a 19 or 20 and then a 19 or 20 on the follow-up attack roll. Unless you have advantage, in which case that's a whole other can of worms. But yeah. Um, Something like a creature hit with an attack using your Saber Dance can't take reactions until the end of its next turn. I would think it should only be until the end of your next turn. Right? Because, well, actually, no. That would set you up as a bit of a debuffer. Okay. I think that that's fine. I think that that's fair. Um, well, 19 or 20 on the attack roll, you can make one additional part as a part of this action. Okay. And enemy, or, sure. Okay. And actually, that's kind of a cool way for. Okay. On an attack roll. If you roll a 19 or 20 on an attack roll, you can make one. Okay. optional attack as a part of. Oh, by the way, Heavy, I know that you posted this up the other day, and I'm curious about your thoughts. What kind of wording would you recommend on? I know that you hate that, like, you can do another part of that as a part of this action sort of text. What would you like recommend instead? Because it's like I like what that does mechanically, but I have to admit that it feels really clumsy. That it's sort of like you're referring to something else. It feels like an arbitration being made on top of something else that you're having to refer back to. It's a very clumsy kind of wordage. I do agree with your position on that. Hoping in like for 3 minutes. Oh yeah, I'm about to head out too. Um, that's very fair. All right, hey, have a good night, Freezy Pop. Appreciate you being here for what you could be here for. Um, yeah, that's also probably kind of fair. I do what I can to avoid writing companion classes unless it's like very highly recommended. Um, yeah, I just think that companions are companions are a lot of work for the DM to just screw around with, and it feels like it clutters up the battlefield. Um, and it feels like a kind of cheap way to spike up power because I feel like companions can fit on just about every single character archetype. Um, but sometimes it's very fitting, right? In the case of Beastmaster, completely makes sense on the Beastmaster. Um, but like then there's cases like Wildfire Druid, right? Where I don't know that the Wildfire Spirit 110% made sense on that druid. I do like the subclass a lot, but it just seems like that elemental kind of came from out of nowhere. Uh, but it's whatever. Oh man. Okay. Well, it is getting late. My throat, I think, is about to give out. So, it was a fun one. Thank you all for being here. Lots to talk about random stuff. And thanks for everybody that was able to donate. So if you're new to the channel, you're checking me out for the first time, I saw that we got a few subscribers during the live stream. So thanks for being here. Thanks for all your support and everything. Shout out to my Patreon sponsors for, again, helping me keep the lights on around here. Coffee in my blood. Y'all are absolute heroes. Big thank you to all the new Patreon subs. Let me actually get your names real quick. So I wanna give you all shout outs. Um, oh, cool. New Patreon sponsor too. Okay, let me go through this. Okay. Aramusen. Oh, yeah. All right. Hey, thank you so much. Irvin Ryan, thank you for the 5 month dono. Matthew Novelter, thank you for the dono. Oliver Olson, $5 a month dono, thank you. Phil Kearney, thank you. Gates Dowd, Vital Sign, Bastion Millicamp, all $5 a month, thank you. Spencer Jackson with the Incredibly Kind, $10 a month, thank you so much. Lester Ortiz Miranda, $5 a month, thank you, thank you. B3DRT, thank you so much for $5 a month. And Eric Wilson, thank you for the $5 a month donation. You all seriously rock. Thank you for supporting me around here. And thank you all for being here. So, everybody out there, stay safe, blah, blah, blah. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I can't wait to see you guys on the next one.